The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move for the call of the House.
a call of the House has been requested. I need members to raise hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The motion is properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close and lock the doors? Mr. Schiebel, please turn on the chimes. Members, please press your buttons to indicate your presence. In a few minutes, Mr. Schiebel, please start calling the names of those who are absent. Sergeants will locate the members who are missing.
Yes.
No. Members, if you are in the chamber, please push either your red or green button. Mr. Schiebel, please start calling the names of those who are absent.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Catlin, Doherty, DeGraff, English, Evans, Frizzell, Hartsook, Hernandez, Holtorf, Joseph, Lindsay, Lukens, Lynch, Marshall, Martinez, Marvin, Puglisi, Ricks, Snyder, Soper, Taggart, Valdez, Weinberg, Wilson, Woodrow, and Young.
Members, if you are in the chamber, please push either a green or red button to signify that you are present.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon, English, Hartsook, Holtorf, Joseph, Lindsay, Lukens, Lynch, Marshall, Marvin, Puglisi, Ricks, Snyder, Soper, Weinberg, and Young.
Members, if you are in the chamber, please push your button to signify that you are present. Red or green, we don't care. One more time, Mr. Schiebel.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon, English, Hartsook, Holtorf, Joseph, Lynch, Marshall,
We have 33?
Ricks, Snyder, Soper, Weinberg, and Young.
We got 33? Sorry. No, I need it first. I know. We're just going to do a picture. No.
Members, please take your seats. We do have business to tend to, and we are trying to make sure we have a quorum at this point. Please take your seats. Members, please take your seats. Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
We're good. Madam Speaker, I move that the call be raised.
The call has been raised. Members, we do have some business to tend to. Mr. Schiebel, please read reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 95 be postponed indefinitely, and Senate Bills 228 as amended and 231 as amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 109 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations, and Senate Bill 232 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 36D, I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 24-1313.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1313. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1313.
House Bill 1313 by Representatives Woodrow and Judah, also Senators Hansen and Winter F., concerning measures to increase the affordability of housing in transit-oriented communities and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move that the House concur with Senate amendments for House Bill 24-1313.
Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. So we had a few amendments that came from the Senate. The first adds sites on EPA toxic release inventory to industrial exempt parcels. The next, there were a few technical cleanups, so a couple of those. We also added some language around agency on aging. There were additions to exempt parcels, which prevent the mismatch that can occur when properties are located within the jurisdiction of a county. We removed reference to Sheets versus County of El Dorado. We amended to neighborhood centers, so we amended it to allow local governance outside of MPOs to designate neighborhood centers, and that enables access to TOC infrastructure grants. And then finally, we added flexibility for locals to request approval of exempt parcels. And with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, colleagues. Once upon a night of session, as I pondered my depression, zoning maps piled high on my office floor. While I focused on my writing, suddenly there came a fighting, a chorus of opponents steadily griping, near delighting from the Senate floor. "'Tis Senator Winter," I muttered, amending on the Senate floor. "Only this, pray nothing more." Distinctly I remember thinking, where the is President Femberg? As each new amendment wrought its ghost upon the screen, eagerly I wished for yes votes, thumbing through a stack of old quotes from my file of safety slave notes, notes of the lost 213, now nameless here and there and in between. Presently my faith grew stronger, pausing slightly, then no longer. "Listen, senators, truly your forgiveness we implore. Grant the fact we're so used to bending, and as closely as you've come to ending, cutting, carving, and amending on that chamber floor, that we scarce were sure you'd keep the hogs, ditch HUTF and nothing more. So, dear colleagues, do not shudder and forgive my heart's slight flutter. No need to tell CML the bill retains its crux and core. Denser zoning next to transit, smarter planning, our voters demand it. A status quo we can afford no more. So vote yes to concur, we ask. Only this and nothing more. Concur, concur, forevermore.
I am serious. Anyone who wants to submit their poetry will create a volume. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one last plea on voting no on this bill despite the chat GPT. Did I rhyme? Did I rhyme? Did I? I'm a poet, and I didn't even think about it. All right. So when I'm looking at the zoning maps, these zones cover a huge amount of these cities, and to increase density. When a city has typically made a large investment like this, it has the means to do so. It has a thriving economy. It's growing. It's booming. You have everything. When we have a series of experts that are looking and they're warning. What they're saying is they're warning of basically a housing bubble. Now, if anybody's been around for a little while, they understand housing bubble. Housing bubbles are really pretty, and then they break. And then there's a big panic, and everybody loses money. But what would this be? This would mean everybody's zoning. Well, one, that all of the zoning in SB, I think it was 23-213 style, would pull all of this zoning up to Denver, right? We're pulling all of this zoning up to Denver, and we're putting it into a Denver bureaucracy. And instead of having an actual planning, what we're doing with this zoning is we're just taking this broad paintbrush and slapping it through here. Now with the Calcutta style zoning, it's not something that is conducive to mental health like has been sold by the other sponsors. It is, people just don't live well in that. Now, if people don't thrive and flock to Colorado, because if we densify all of these areas, and basically we take housing areas that go from 6 per acre to 40 per acre, that is, what is that? In those zones, we would need almost a 700% increase in population. So we'd need a 6 to 7, well, so that'd be 700%, so it'd really be about a 600% increase. And I think it's interesting in here that it says, if relevant, a plan to address potential water supplies for meeting transit-oriented community housing opportunity goal. Now, I don't know if anybody's noticed from being here, but we live in a desert. It's called a high desert. And and you can watch my video on ice if you want to. As expected, glaciers are retreating, and when glaciers are retreating, we have less water. We have less water, and then our treaties are based on water rights that were overestimated, and then were based on large amounts of glacier runoff. So we don't have that water. So the logical conclusion would be, you live in a high desert, you have a limitation on water, people need water to live, maybe we shouldn't increase our housing by 600%. That's just me, that's just math. So I would recommend a no vote on this, because what is going to happen, well, hopefully what would happen would be a large number of lawsuits and put this nonsense to rest, because otherwise you're going to have a bunch of zoning. And how does this make mass transit viable? Well, mass transit is only going to be viable when all of these zones that are situated so that, I guess we can just bring in developers and they can just build 600% concentration in those areas with absolutely no end in sight. And so when we do that, and let's say we don't get 600% more people here. What happens if 600% more people don't come? What happens if we can't miraculously, we've always had a problem with getting enough water, so are we going to suddenly be able to materialize and generate 600% more water because the governor has decided that we need to have mass transit and mass density housing? So we haven't been able to get the water here. Now we want to make the mass transit viable. We're creating a plan that requires housing in these areas, which covers most of Colorado, most of these transit-oriented communities, because it's a fairly wide swath, and it will be expanded with every new bus route. So how are we going to materialize enough water to get 600%? Now here's the problem. If we do this, and hopefully we don't, but this train is on its rails. So if we do this, guess what happens? This has effectively changed all of the zoning for those areas. And so anybody who owns in those areas now has a financial interest in being able to do those. So those agencies, those businesses that are probably a little bit, that have money, they could go back and sue and have the money to do it and have the lawyers to do it. Go back and sue the state if the state decides to go retrograde and say, wow, this was a really bad idea. Mass zoning, completely bulldozing zoning all over the state in any community that's over 4,000. And I think there's a few communities that we have are over 4,000. So if they have a bus route, and you're looking at, in a mass transit route, and you're looking at doing everything even inside just a quarter of a mile of that, so you have a half-mile circle, that's a huge amount of lawsuits. Because they would not have to be able to prove that it would be viable for them to build on. They would just have to be able to prove that they could have built on it, they could have put people in it, and therefore the state has deprived them of that money. I think that would be, that's probably, I might go back and do that, because that's probably a decent investment opportunity right there. Just buy property within that zone, and then when we have to go back because that didn't work, but now the zoning is all screwed up. Then you can go back and then they could go back and sue, or I could go back and sue if I did that. And say I could have built inside of that, I don't know, it's not quite, I don't know how many square feet it is. I'm not going to figure it out right now. Math in public's never a good idea, except for the one drop in 20 swimming pools. That's always a good idea to mention. But, and that's tied in directly with these climate goals, because this bill is specifically noted in the climate road to map to nowhere. So we have a policy based on a superstition, and now we're going to do a bad idea based on a superstition. Not even thinking about it, just that we could have mass transit areas, and we could, wow, what would be the benefit of Colorado? Wow, we could be just like New York City. Do you know how many people moved here? How many people are going from here to New York City because they want to live in this Calcutta-style zoning? Not a whole lot. Why do we want to go down this road? Why do we want to go down this road? Why are we going to cram so many people into these areas, especially when we don't have the water to support it? We don't have the water to support these communities. You don't have the infrastructure to support these communities. You don't have the grid to support these communities. You don't have the sewer to support these communities. And then what the governor's going to do is effectively put a big stamp on it and say high-density housing just because it is inside of a quarter-mile radius from a bus route. Why? Because somebody decided that people drive cars too much. The same people that said we drive cars too much drove to work. I don't know if that's called hypocrisy.
Representative
Yes, ma'am.
DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, ma'am. There are certain things that can't be undone. What you're doing is you're going down one of those roads, and it's going to could create a huge legal problem. Why? Because for some reason in a high desert, somebody thinks increasing by 600% more population in these areas beyond what those areas are stressed to hold, somehow that would be a good idea. So, anyways, that's my piece. I'm sure you'll vote for it. Good luck, Godspeed. May the odds be ever in your favor.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was a no vote in the House on this bill, but with the changes that were made in the Senate, the two cities that I represent, Arvada and Golden, they're okay with this. So I will be a yes today on this. So I just wanted to let everyone know.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1313. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 17 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1313 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1313 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote.
No idea.
Doherty, Snyder, Taggart. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 24 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1313 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 36D, I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of conference committees to report.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of conference committees to report. Madam Majority Leader.
I move to proceed out of order for Senate Bill 65.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for Senate Bill 65. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 65.
Senate Bill 65 by Senators Hansen and Fields, also Representatives Froelich and Ortiz, concerning the use of mobile electronic devices when driving a motor vehicle and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we be allowed to go beyond the scope in our conference committee
On
on Senate Bill 65.
between chambers.
Between chambers.
Thank you. Members, the motion before us is to allow the conference committee for Senate Bill 65 to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers. I'm sorry, Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to explain for those that haven't been a part of the intense conversations that have been happening, for those that have been, I want to thank you for your involvement and for lending your skills, because again, I am no lawyer. I know the needle that I'm trying to thread here. The reason why we're asking to go outside the scope is because we're looking at the list and we're trying to be very common sense about where these areas should apply. And so driving around here, one of the areas that I think cause a great risk are the 2-lane highways, 1 lane in each direction, where you have the single stripe line. People are passing each other all the time. You see bikers on there all the time. All right, sorry. Anyways, we're also looking to add wildlife zones with clear signage and then safety areas. So in order to be able to add that as a compromise that we're trying to do, we have to ask you all to allow us to go outside the scope. I urge an aye. Have a little faith.
I'm going to restate the motion. The motion before us is to allow the conference committee for Senate Bill 65 to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
There you go.
Please close the machine. With 58 aye, 4 no, and 3 excused, the motion to go beyond the scope is adopted. Do we have any announcements, Madam Majority Leader? Chair Sirota, we have an announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Appropriations will meet upon adjournment in the Old State Library to hear Senate Bills 109, 228, 231, 13, and 233.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today. The House will come back to order. Representative Weissman.
Madam Speaker, I move for a call of the House.
Call of the House has been requested. I need to see 10 hands. I see 10 hands. The motion is properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close and lock the doors? Mr. Schiebel, turn on the chimes. Members, push your buttons to indicate your presence. In a few minutes, Mr. Schiebel will begin calling the names, and we will ask our sergeants to locate our missing members. All good. Adorable. Fabulous.
Sure did. Base Necker did.
Birdie, I should tell you about a conversation I had last.
So we, can you help me spread the words out? Okay, thank you.
Representatives Armagost, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Doherty, DeGraff, English, Epps, Evans, Hartsook, Hernandez, Herod, Holtorf, Judah, Joseph, Lindsay, Linstead, Luck, Lynch, Mabry, Marshall, Puglisi, Ricks, Snyder,
No.
Soper, Tatone, Weinberg,
All right. Ready? Madam Speaker, I move that the call be raised.
Madam Majority Leader, could I have you restate?
Madam Speaker, I move that the call be raised.
The call has been raised. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference. Okay.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following Senate bills: 13, 109, 228, 231, and 233 as amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Conference Committee report.
First report of First Conference Committee on House Bill 1273. This report amends the re-engrossed bill to the President of the Senate and the
Okay.
Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your first Conference Committee appointed on House Bill 1273.
Conference Committee report will be printed in the journal. Conference Committee report.
First report of Second Conference Committee on House Bill 1348. This report amends the re-revised bill to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the
Conference
House.
Committee report will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has
Message
passed
from
on
the
third
Senate
reading.
will be printed in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit
Message
without
from the
comment.
reviser will be read over and over and over again in the journal. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the following bills be made special orders on Tuesday, May 7th, 2024, at 5:50 p.m. Senate Bill 109, Senate Bill 232, Senate Bill 139, Senate Bill 221, Senate Bill 231, Senate Bill 13, Senate Bill 233, Senate Bill 111, Senate Bill 84, Senate Bill 174, Senate Bill 212, Senate Bill 214, Senate Bill 228, and Senate Bill 205.
Seeing no objections, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders on Tuesday, May 7th at 5:50 p.m. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon. Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, AML Bacon will take the chair.
Members, the committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader, and the Coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 109.
Senate Bill 109 by Senators Hendrickson and Pelton B. Also Representatives Hartsook and Ortiz concerning the continuation of the Colorado Veterans Service to Career Program.
Representative Ortiz.
Madam Chair, it is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, my dude.
I move Senate Bill 24109.
To the bill.
All right, folks. I'm going to be quite frank, a little disappointed of where this ended up because when we came with this last year, y'all promised us funding for this bill. This is one of the most successful veteran programs outside of the veteran treatment courts, and it left appropriations without any funding. So I'm putting it to the Bipartisan Veteran Caucus next year to hold this chamber to their word. I get we're not in combat anymore, but this is an effective program. We need this. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, my co-prime is dead on the mark on this thing. This organizations and how they serve around the state and what they do for veterans, not just for veterans, but for the job market employers that are out there, how they help mitigate and serve as liaison during that transition period is absolutely critical. It helps the veterans, it helps the communities, it helps families, it helps employers. It's a win-win all the way around, and yet we couldn't find funding that we said we were going to get from last year to this year. So we need to get this squared away for next year. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 109. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say no. 109 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of the Senate Bill 232.
Senate Bill 232 by Senators Rodriguez and Sullivan, also Representatives Woodrow and Titone, concerning modifications to the protections for public workers and in connection therewith, clarifying certain definitions and standards related to public employee rights and the authority of a public employer to limit such rights consistent with the Protections for Public Workers Act.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Majority Leader. I move Senate Bill 232.
To the bill. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill does four things. It creates a definition of managerial supervisor and confidential employees and exempts them from the protections of the bill. This is a very narrow definition and allows many people as possible to engage in the political, legislative, and collective organizing work. It also more clearly defines protected concerted activity and not to include the collective bargaining, which was never intent or legal interpretation of the bill, and it expands the nonpartisan exemption of the to clearly entail judicial and election staff. And it clearly it creates a definition of the protected concerted activity that is understood by both proponents and the administration to be in the bill last year, Senate Bill 111.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you. This is just a cleanup bill from last year's 23-111. We appreciate all the stakeholders who ended up reaching a compromise on their great work on this, and we urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 232. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. 232 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 139.
Senate Bill 139 by Senator Gonzalez, also Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Linstead, concerning the creation of the 911 Services Enterprise and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been shuffling a few too many bills. Could you please remind me if there's a committee report?
139, no committee reports.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 139.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill was brought to us by our 911 providers or our public safety answering points who have been concerned about how fragmented our funding streams are for 911 services across Colorado. This puts in place a new funding stream in an enterprise fund that will help make sure that we can invest in statewide supports so that we can do advanced GIS systems and the other kinds of things that help Colorado move towards a more modern 911 system so we can have rapid response to people in the time of an emergency.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Linstead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill was stakeholdered all through the interim from a task force. It solves a lot of problems for our rural 911 providers who have been struggling to find funds. It will also give us a vehicle to match for federal funding like other states do. It's a great bill. It's been really thoughtful and will help a lot of people. I urge an aye vote.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L7 and ask that it be displayed.
Members, we can't hear up here. Thank you. L7 is properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was brought to us by Dora. There was just some need to clean up some language around the budget that the enterprise must file, as well as the annual financial report to the General Assembly that helps us hold them accountable. We ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is Amendment L007. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say no. Are you talking to the amendment? Okay, let me finish the amendment. The amendment is passed. To the bill. Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I have an amendment. I move Amendment L008 to Senate Bill 139 and ask that it be displayed.
L008 is properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you so much. So this is a friendly amendment, and we just wanted to make sure that the funding and the development training could take into account language access for our community members who don't speak English, and also making sure that the public education campaigns use plain language to make sure that it's easy to translate. And I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on L8? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. L8 is passed. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 139. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. 139 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 221.
Senate Bill 221 by Senators Robertson, Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Catlin and Lukens, concerning funding for rural health care and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 221.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, funding for rural health care, builds upon the good work that was started by Senate Bill 22172, Colorado Rural Health Care Workforce Initiative. It supports our addressing our workforce shortages for rural health care. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 221? Representative Catlin.
I have it, Catlin, if you just want this. I already introduced the bill if you want to.
Go ahead.
I already went.
Oh,
Representative Catlin.
thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you
It
tonight.
is such an honor to serve with you throughout this time, sir.
Thank you. Today we bring to you Senate Bill 221, funding for rural health care. My co-prime sponsor and I are excited to build upon the good work that was started with 22172, the Colorado Rural Health Care Workforce Initiative. Current statute establishes a collaborative network of healthcare professional training programs at Colorado public institutions of higher education. The network shares curriculum and known best practices focusing on students interested in and committed to future practice in rural and frontier counties. This collaborative network is run through the Rural Program Office housed at the University of Colorado. Participating institutions include Adams State University, Colorado Mesa University, Metro State University, Western Colorado University, Colorado State University, Fort Lewis College, the University of Colorado System, the University of Northern Colorado, and Colorado Community College System, and Colorado Mountain College. What this does is allows rural communities to attract and train people in the healthcare industry and helps keep them at home.
And I said all of this.
And she said all of this.
Members, excuse me, Rep.
Thank you.
This is our last seconds, but we cannot hear. Please take your conversations to the side. Representative Catlin, apologies.
Thank you, ma'am. This is one of those bills that's good for the rural Colorado, and it's also good for the rest of the state of Colorado. But what we are trying to do, like I said earlier, was to attract and retain people that live in those communities that are already living there. It could help with some of the housing crisis and some of the things, because we're not able to hire healthcare people for enough money for them to be able to live in a lot of these communities. So one of the answers is to train our own, build our own bench at home, and have them go to work for us. This is one of those things I think we ought to be doing. I'd ask you for a yes vote.
Thank you so much. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 221? AML Winter.
Thank you, AML Bacon. This is very important to rural Colorado. According to the Colorado Hospital Association, the state will be facing a shortage of 54,000 lower wage healthcare workers and more than 10,000 registered nurses by 2026. And we all know how it is in rural Colorado. These staffing shortages will affect us in rural Colorado more than anywhere else in the state. I say it from the well all the time. We are one of the more underserved communities when it comes to these things, and bills like this are very important to make sure that those of us in rural Colorado have quality health care and access to quality health care for our aging population and our children. With that, I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 221. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. 221 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 231.
Senate Bill 231 by Senators Rodriguez and Gardner, also Representatives Snyder and Frizzell, concerning implementing consensus recommendations on the Liquor Advisory Group convened by the Department of Revenue to conduct a comprehensive review of Colorado's liquor laws and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Snyder. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 231, the Finance Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report. No appropriations. Very good.
To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you. So in finance, we actually ran two amendments. One of them basically created a trigger for the funding for this program. So as we all know, money's tight. It doesn't really exist right now. So they've got put a trigger in that they will have basically till January 1, 2026 to find the funding that they need in order to execute the licensure expansion program. That's a big part of this bill. The other amendment was just kind of a technical cleanup. And with that, we would ask for a yes vote on the Finance Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing no more discussion on the Finance Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill.
I move
Snyder.
L012 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Just a second. L012 is properly displayed. Representative Snyder.
Okay. So when we were in approach just a couple hours ago, it was still a little unclear, even though we had run that trigger amendment that I mentioned on the finance report. It was still a little bit unclear about whether or not the $320,000 in additional fees, which is additional revenue, could be collected. This clarifies and removes the $320,000 fiscal note and says that they cannot collect fees for their investigations until the trigger happens and they get funded properly. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L012? Seeing no further discussion on L012, the question before us is the adoption of L012. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L012 is adopted. To the bill. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a really important bill. It has been something that has been worked on all session. It really, so last summer, there was a convening of the Liquor Advisory Group, and they spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours working through various changes to current regulations, and they provided a list of recommendations that's rather extensive. Would you like to go into the recommendations?
Is Representative Snyder. Is there any more discussion? Representative Snyder.
Okay. Well, yeah, so to follow up, as we all know, this was actually a bill from 2 or even 3 years ago when then Representative Dylan Roberts ran a bill to create a liquor advisory task force. It made it to the 11th hour and then it failed. The governor picked it up and created a 33-person liquor advisory group. They met over 18 months, several meetings of the whole group, several subgroup meetings that drilled down on various issues. And in the end, they came up with 33 consensus recommendations. So 32 of those recommendations are in the bill that we're talking about here today. And so by consensus, that means not just, a 9 to 8 vote or a 15 to 14 vote. It had to be significant, pretty much 2/3 or more, in order for it to become a consensus recommendation. And so this bill seeks to implement 32 of those consensus recommendations, and we would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Mabry. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L11 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Just a second. L11 is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this was originally one of the consensus recommendations that was supposed to be in this legislation. Basically what this is a soft close. It allows bars to stay open until 4 a.m. instead of 2 a.m. if they choose to remain open, so long as they are no longer serving alcohol. And we ask for a yes vote.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for a no vote on this amendment. And there are reasons, really good reasons, why this particular recommendation was not included in this bill. There are various organizations that worry a great deal about people being out on the roads intoxicated. People are killed all the time, and it is, this particular amendment creates what generally is considered in society a very unhealthy, unsafe environment after 4 o'clock or between or after 2 o'clock. There's nothing to stop someone, according to this particular amendment, there's nothing to stop someone from ordering 6 shots at 2 a.m. and then sit there and proceed to drink them one by one by one. This amendment does not improve sobriety. What it does is it can really create additional unsafe situations on our roads. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is also something that I've already heard from Mothers Against Drunk Driving and also from the law enforcement aspect of this. This creates a bigger nightmare as far as getting people out on the street more intoxicated between the hours of 2 and 4 p.m. Than it is people at the 2 p.m. mark. Even though they're not selling alcohol past 2 p.m., people are still able to purchase that alcohol and drink that alcohol in that time. Getting more people intoxicated on the road, we're offending the law enforcement aspect of this and public safety, people more at risk on the road, and also heavily offending Mothers Against Drunk Driving and the fact that they are trying to fight this on a regular basis, and we keep pushing that window further open. So I also encourage a no vote on this amendment.
The question before us is Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just 2 other quick points to put on the record. Number 1, alcohol on average is metabolized at 0.015 blood alcohol level per hour. So 2 hours here means that you're going to metabolize about 0.03 blood alcohol content of alcohol, or 1 drink's worth of alcohol in a 2-hour period. So if this policy is being promoted as a way for folks to sober up a little bit, they're going to sober up exactly 1 drink on average in 2 hours. The second thing is, and this is from somebody who worked a lot of night shifts, this is actually really dangerous for the bicycling and pedestrian community because a lot of those folks start to wake up around 4 a.m. in the morning. And I know that because I worked a lot of night shifts. So about 4 a.m. in the morning is when you have a lot of the early risers that are getting out for their early morning run, their early morning cycle. And if that's when bar close is happening and you have folks that might be intoxicated hitting the roadways to head home, that's a recipe for a lot of very bad interactions between pedestrians, cyclists, and folks that might have had a little bit too much and aren't making a good decision. So I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you. There's some merit in a policy like this. Right now, we have a situation where at 2 o'clock in the morning, a lot of young people get kicked out of the bar. If you go down on Broadway on a Saturday night, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. But this is not the answer. This requires a lot more thoughtful, careful thinking. We've heard already, law enforcement does not support this amendment. They do not support the extended hours. I ran a bill a couple of years ago on behalf of the Polis administration because they promised the bar owners that not only would they restore their hours when we were in during the shutdown, but they would extend their hours. And I learned a lot about this space. And there's a lot of pitfalls with this. I think it merits a good debate and perhaps a separate bill that would allow us to drill down and find the right way to do it. But just throwing this on here at the last minute is not going to help anything, and it's going to really cause trouble with this carefully built and maintained coalition of the Liquor Advisory Group, which has all consensus recommendations. So I would respectfully ask you for a no vote.
A division has been called. I just said that. A division has been called. This is gonna be. I'll say it again. Okay, sorry. The question is the adoption. Okay, sorry. All right, family. The question is the adoption of Amendment L11. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L11, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken.
What happened to all the police interaction?
All the what?
Well, we don't want any police interaction. We're going to have more shit.
Stand still, everybody. Stand still. Are we good? Come on.
L11 is passed. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion? Got to be in the well, family. Come on. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In light of that amendment just passing, I'm wondering if there's any willingness of the chamber to require those licensees to now serve waffles and chicken.
I can tell you on behalf of a certain delegation, I would like that. I'm just kidding. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 231. All those, as amended, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. 231 as amended is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 13.
Senate Bill 13 by Senators Gardner and Hendrickson, also Representatives McLaughlin and Catlin, concerning the compensation of attorneys working in the office of a district attorney.
Thank you. Whoop. Representative McLaughlin.
Yes, I move Senate Bill 13 on second reading, please.
Oh, is there a committee to the bill? Whoop. Whoop. Hold on. Yeah, to the bill.
I do not have an amendment up there. Yes, the Constitution reviews the salaries of our DAs every 4 years, and the state pays 80% of the DA's salary. We have not given them a pay raise since 2012, and this is to ask for that we start the 4-year terms over again and start reviewing our DAs. This is really, really hurting rural Colorado because we can't find DAs or assistant DAs.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a privilege to serve with you.
It's a privilege to serve with you.
Members, this is something that we are needing to do. Rural DAs have not had a raise since 2012. This is something we need to do. They can't ask again for 4 years, so please, good bill, vote yes.
There we go. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really just want to thank the bill sponsors. I know we've all heard from our DAs as to their struggles, and really just appreciate this bill and paying our DAs what they need in order to provide the services that they do to our citizens, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
This is good for the San Luis Valley. They have requested it. I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 13. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 13 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. I'd like to move Senate Bill 233 until after Senate Bill 84.
Senate Bill 233 will be moved till after Senate Bill 84. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 111.
Senate Bill 111 by Senators Kolker and Hansen, also Representatives Leader and Young, concerning a reduction in the valuation for assessment of qualified senior primary residence real property.
Representative Young.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader, it is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, my friend.
I move Senate Bill 24-111 and the Appropriations Report and the Finance Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
In Appropriations, we did an amendment to really design this as a pilot with an end date of 2027.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no.
Here.
The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the Finance Committee report. Representative Young.
What we did in finance was we had an amendment to change the look-back date from 2016 to 2020.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The Finance Committee report is passed. To the bill. Representative Young. Representative Young.
I know I don't look young, but I am young. This is a straightforward bill. This bill provides the portability of the senior tax exemption to those who have been previously eligible and receiving the senior tax exemption, but they have lost their exemption when they bought a new home since 2020. they will qualify upon application. The threshold in construction is the same as the senior tax exemption with the addition of portability. As with the senior tax exemption, local governments will be reimbursed for reduced tax revenue, with ensuring local services, including schools, will continue to have committed revenues. The funding mechanism for this backfill is also the same as the senior tax exemption.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
So I'm ecstatic to be on the bill with my co-prime rep Young. I wanted to run this last year. I was told we didn't have the money, so we can't. My constituents have been asking for this Colorado General Assembly to make changes in the Senior Homestead Act, so it'll make it portable for seniors who have lived in their residence, as she said, for 10 years and want to move or downsize. It's a win-win for people who want to come in with single-family homes, and they can keep their stability through the senior property tax reductions. It's a good bill. Vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 111. All those in favor? Okay, Representative Bottoms.
I got lost a little bit there. Thank you for a little grace there. So I do like the bill. I like what it does. I like the fact that the portability of it. The only thing that I would say that would be like a warning to us, and we discussed this in approps, is the fact that that this portability has to be resubmitted or asked for every year. Correct? That's fixed. So they're guaranteed to get the tax credit every single year.
Representative
right?
Young.
There is a pause in 2027.
Okay, so they don't have to
Representative
resubmit.
Bottoms.
I thought we talked about that in the probes.
Representative Young, I will call on you. I'm sorry because we can't talk back and forth, but Representative Young, go ahead.
There is not a requirement to resubmit. If you're eligible and establish that eligibility, you don't have to resubmit.
Okay.
Representative Bottoms.
Then I'm good.
Thank you. Representative DeGraff.
Could you just explain the pause in 2027? Why the pause?
Okay.
You mentioned that
Representative
there's a
DeGraff.
pause in 2027, and I was just curious why.
Representative Young.
This is to respect the constrictions in funding, and there will be a look at that time because we'll have the data to see the cost of the program and the impact of the program.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 111. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 111 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 84.
Senate Bill 84 by Senator Cutter, also Representative Garcia, concerning a requirement that the Attorney General coordinate with the Department of Education in an effort to prevent the proliferation of misinformation and disinformation by sharing resources to encourage respectful discourse.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 84 to the Committee of the Whole.
To the bill.
What this bill does is, it's been significantly pared down from the Senate version, so essentially what this bill is doing is it's allowing the Attorney General's office to partner with the Department of Education to be able to develop tools and training and supports for school districts and schools to use, should they choose, on addressing how to have respectful conversations and address any sort of factually inaccurate data. And with that, I move L003 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, Amendment L3 is properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in committee, we heard some great feedback from our colleagues that throughout the process in the Senate, we removed the actual portion of the bill that addressed mis and disinformation, which meant that the title no longer reflected the bill's content. So we are bringing an amendment to narrow
the bill's title to factually inaccurate data instead of misinformation and disinformation. And we're striking the study report appropriation and also aligning the language throughout the bill to be factually inaccurate data, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L3? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. L3 is passed. To the bill. Representative Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 84.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
It's always interesting to look up literacy. So the Ministry of Truth is involved with news media, entertainment, and fine arts in the educational books. Its purpose is to rewrite history. This is, if you've ever read 1984, you'd probably wonder, how did we get to some place like the Ministry of Truth? And I'd say this is probably step one. I think it'd be a great idea to have this, but if you had some sort of, who is going to be the arbiter of truth? Who is the arbiter of factually correct data? Because if we were going to look at factually correct data, I mean, a prime example would be the climate superstition that everybody believes in. But if you look at it mathematically, it's not true. So when you have, it is very important to have a diverse set of opinions. Otherwise, what you get is you get this, well, you end up in a place like 1984, and that's something we would like to make fiction again, as opposed to step by step going through and making it reality. Now, I know that's not the sponsor's intent, but what this does is it puts the Attorney General in a place where the Attorney General and as far as going in schools, then you know, we have school boards for that, we have parents for that. We do not need a single point. When you have a single individual, when you have the single individual becoming the arbiter of truth, if that person makes a mistake, if that person's bias causes an error, what you do then is you immediately promulgate it throughout. It's just like centralized control, centralized government. It's one of the things that makes centralized government such a horrendous failure. Government, because any error is quickly promulgated throughout the entire system. And that's why it falls apart so quickly. That's one of the strengths of the military. The military does unity of command, and we have distributed execution so that everybody has their part, and they're able to exercise their own responsibility. So I know that's not specifically, but what you need to have is you need to have everybody thinking different things. I think it was General Patton who said, if everybody's thinking the same things, then somebody's not thinking. And when you have somebody that is taking and saying this is factually correct information, and they are feeding it into the system, and you create a system where a single person ultimately has control over what is considered factually correct information, then you have everybody thinking the same thing, which means everybody is not thinking. When you look at even the nature of disagreement, in the realm of theology, you'll sometimes hear that there's benefit in heresy. There's benefit in heresy in which might go against your doctrine, and it's a challenge, but it causes you to challenge and it causes you to question. So when you're speaking about trying to get to the truth, because no one person can be that arbiter of truth, yet this is what the bill establishes, a single point of the truth. And at what point does that, and where does that extend? When you have a bill, when we put this foothold in, and we say this person is the font of all truth, then what do we do next year? Do we broaden it? Well, you don't really need to broaden it, because the school system will automatically broaden it, and eventually you have school. Do you just teach? This is something that is done in. I get it. I understand the need. There is a lot of disinformation out there, and it is very difficult to overcome. Believe me, I try. But We do not want to set this up in this regard. This is putting one person, one single person. One single person. And why would we all of a sudden deify a single person just because they're in this attorney general position? What makes that person suddenly infallible? What makes this person all of a sudden the Pope of all truth? That was weird. So I would ask you to reject this bill. Well, normally I would say history is a warning from the future, and I guess it is because 1984 was written a long time ago, and it was written, and unfortunately a lot of the stuff has come to pass and is including telescreens. So don't put a single person in that, don't deify the Attorney General and make that person the point from which all things true are determined. This person is not infallible. This is not a good role to put somebody in. This is incredibly, I think it's well-meaning. I do actually think it's well-meaning, but it is incredibly dangerous. Is it a good intention? Yes, the road to hell is paved with good intention. Don't go down this one.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Just really quick, I just want to clarify that there's absolutely nothing in this bill that gives the Attorney General or anyone the authority of what is actually factual or not. What it's doing, and I think this is actually a great example, is it's allowing us and helping our young people learn how to have respectful dialogue. While my colleague on the right believes that climate change is a myth, and I believe that climate change is factual, what this bill will do is it will provide tools into our communities that will help us know how to have a conversation respectfully about our two separate opinions. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that or dangerous. In fact, I think that that would actually help bring civility to our conversations and greater decorum, not only inside the chamber where it's very needed, but also outside. So I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
And that is a prime example because I do not actually disagree that there is climate change. I just don't agree that carbon dioxide has a mathematical significance. So that is a matter of like how you actually debate. You don't assign somebody a value that they don't actually have. That is called, usually that's called like a straw man or something. Gabe was homeschooled, he would know better. All right.
Wow. Sorry, my mic is on. To the bill.
But what the title is, it's concerning a requirement that the Attorney General undertake certain measures in an effort to prevent the proliferation of misinformation and disinformation. I know some of this was stripped out, and it's all about education. I still don't think I don't think anything coming down from the Attorney General. I don't think anything coming down from the Attorney General should be a point. This is not a role for the Attorney General. This is not a role for the Attorney General. This again is codifying more stuff at the state level. We have school boards, they have school curriculum. School curriculums, the benefit of a school curriculum would be like if you had all independent school districts instead of being tied to another centralized institution that promulgates corruption, is that you would have all sorts of different viewpoints. You would have schools that know that they need to teach students how to disagree, how to have debates. Schools have been, not only schools, but educators in general have been doing this. You do not need the Attorney General to all of a sudden have a new role. If you have a new role for the Attorney General, I kind of disagree that it's only going to cost $150,000. Because if the Attorney General has to go and handle all of this curriculum stuff or whatever they're going to be teaching, they are going to have to be in the schools, they're going to have to be engaged in the schools, they're going to have to be engaged with the Education Association. And ultimately, this is tied to a bill that is around the proliferation of misinformation or factually incorrect data. So now my colleague was incorrect. I do believe that there is climate change. I've written a couple papers on it. You can read them. I would suggest it. Even a couple cartoons. They're excellent. Award-winning, in fact. And that's an example of how you can quickly, if you have one person that's in charge of being the arbiter of truth, really, then that information can spread that misinformation can be spread very quickly. So yes, I get it that this is part of an education program, but I actually think that education program, that education piece of it is actually as bad or worse than the part that was taken out of it. So let's not go down the path that George Orwell warned us about. Let's keep 1984 as much fiction as possible. Let's not establish a ministry of truth. Let's let people train, that people can train, people can think, people can, ultimately they do. They have to make their own decisions, and and sometimes stupid hurts. And they'll do something and it will have a bad result. But you cannot start taking the role of thinking for society. And you certainly cannot take the role, centralize a role in government that says that government in any way, shape, or form is going to have anything to do with this. Even the education piece. The Attorney General does not need to be, the Attorney General is not necessarily the point of contact for teaching respectful dialogue. You're putting a lot in one person's hands. That is centralized, that is a mistake that leads to centralized corruption being promulgated too quickly. Yes, I get it that it is primarily educational. That doesn't help that doesn't help it at all. I recommend a no vote.
Further discussion? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I was homeschooled. And so that means I know words like narrative versus meta-narrative. And I appreciate the sponsor's clarification of the intention of the bill, because I think a conversation around narrative versus meta-narrative is appropriate right now, because what I heard was that this bill is designed around the meta-narrative, basically the framework by which folks should either agree or disagree better. And so as I read the bill here, very short bill, by the way, as I read the bill here, you got the top paragraph and then 3 subparagraphs. The top paragraph says, to prevent and combat the sharing and spreading of, it's now been amended, factually inaccurate data. So that's the meta-narrative. That's the overarching theme that we're looking to do with this policy. And then underneath that, we have the 3 sub-bullet points about how that meta-narrative of being able to agree or disagree better unfolds. And so underneath that, we have the 3 specific directives, which are establish an initiative to encourage respectful engagement and discourse. I think most of us are familiar with that because any of us that went to the freshman legislator orientation when we first got elected, we went through some of that stuff. I imagine a lot of you remember the example that was given to us about the 2 folks that are fighting over the orange. And then when they talk, when they learn how to disagree better, when they, as it says here on the bill, have that program to encourage respectful engagement and discourse, as they told us in our legislator orientation, then that's the point where you find out, okay, one person is fighting over the orange because they want the orange peel because they want to make, garnish for whatever they need to grate the peel for. And then the other person wants the actual orange itself because they're making orange juice. And so through that meta-narrative, through that overarching framework of how to agree or disagree better, then the respectful engagement and discourse occurs. So that's the first sub-bullet point underneath the overarching meta-narrative directive to the AG in this bill. Then you have the second paragraph, develop and share resources that can be used by schools, organizations, and community leaders to facilitate productive and honest conversations regarding statewide and national issues. So again, what I'm hearing there is a structure or a framework by which folks have that meta-narrative, that overarching process by which the discussion and the debate occurs. Madam Chair, right now you are providing the role of meta-narrative. You are presiding over how we all have the substantive dialogue about this policy. And so being able to have those resources, have that framework, have that Robert's Rules of Order, whatever that forum is to be able to agree or disagree better, to me that seems to be what's contemplated here in the second subparagraph in this bill. And then, like I said, real short bill, you have the final paragraph where it says, collaborate with organizations across the state to develop and update the materials used in connection with the resources and coordinate with the Department of Education to make the resources available to the schools. So the way I would like to read this, the way I would like to understand this is effectively telling the AG that the AG needs to work with the schools to basically be able to set up Debate Club. Debate Club is that meta-narrative, that overarching structure by which individual issues can be examined and dissected, and opposing viewpoints, the respectful engagement and discourse mentioned on page 2, lines 8 and 9, that's the forum in which that respectful engagement and discourse occurs. So if there was more clarity around that in this policy, then perhaps I would have a greater level of comfort with this. If this was effectively establishing debate clubs in schools, having some sort of formalized way that students can learn how to interact with each other in respectful discourse and dialogue, to be able to exchange ideas with the ultimate goal of either agreeing better or disagreeing better, like I said, I think that would be something I can get behind. The issue that I have with this policy is where it is housed. This is housed with the Attorney General. The Attorney General, as we know, is the chief law enforcement officer for the state of Colorado. So even though this framework is designed to facilitate that respectful dialogue and discussion by which folks can agree and disagree better, by housing it with the Attorney General, I'm very, very concerned that there is fundamentally even if it's not explicitly stated in the bill, it's the AG. We have these conversations all the time in law enforcement, because law enforcement, again, much like the AG, law enforcement, you have a very unique situation where you can have a boss who's not only your supervisor, but who is also law enforcement, has the power to bring charges against someone. And so in the law enforcement world, the distinction there, it's a Supreme Court case called Garrity. The Supreme Court case says that law enforcement has to be, especially supervisors, have to be able to dictate and explain to their employee, you know, if I'm talking to the representative from Parker, am I talking to him with my hat on as a supervisor, or am I talking to him with my hat on as law enforcement with the ability to potentially bring criminal charges against him? And to this policy, I'm concerned that there is not that distinction and that delineation in this policy, that we are empowering through this piece of legislation the Attorney General, the chief law enforcement officer of the state of Colorado, to be the one that sets up these programs, and not only sets up these programs, but sets up these programs in our schools, in education. This is bringing the full weight of the Attorney General's office around creating a framework for debate, and it's inserting it into our schools. And so, like I said earlier, if this was merely a directive that schools have some sort of curriculum around debate, around disagreement, around what our governor recently did with the governor of Utah, how to disagree better, like I said, I think that would be something that I could get behind. Unfortunately, this bill is housed with the Attorney General, and I cannot overstate how nervous it makes me to have the coercive authority of the Attorney General, even if it's just to create advisory resources, to have the Attorney General inserting themselves into schools to be able to create this program, as the amendment just said, to root out factually inaccurate data. So as I was thinking about this bill, I ran through a list in my head of a lot of, because where I ultimately see this potentially going and where I see this policy going off the rails is, we all know that we have a lot of very hotly debated and discussed topics in our culture, in our community. That's part of being self-governed. That's part of the dialogue and discourse that comes from having a representative form of government in which the people are ultimately in control, and the people are the ones who have the final power over what happens in their government. So, when I see that the Attorney General is tasked with inserting into schools a program backed by the Attorney General's office that is tasked with addressing factually inaccurate data, and when we know that our schools are the places where the debate and the discourse and the dialogue that is going to shape our future leaders is happening, I'm very, very worried that this is potentially going to chill speech. This is going to chill the free expression and exchange of ideas, because when topics like COVID, we all know that that was a hotly debated issue. When topics like the coronavirus come up, if the Attorney General is overseeing the program by which this discourse occurs, and the Attorney General is tasked with being able to create a program to address factually inaccurate data, to me, this is creating a situation that is ripe potentially for abuse around these hotly debated topics that we have in our society, in our schools today. I talked about the coronavirus. We could talk about immigration. I've been told I can't say the words illegal immigration in this well. Now that we're inserting the Attorney General into this, is there a potential for that phrase to not be allowed in dialogue around this topic in our schools, if that is deemed to be, as has been in this very chamber, to be inappropriate terminology? I'm very worried about that. We talked at length about the environment. I won't beat that one up anymore. What about firearms? We have some very robust conversations around firearms in here. I come with my data. The other viewpoint comes with their data. What happens when the Attorney General, through the program that the Attorney General creates, and again, I'll agree with the sponsor, it doesn't say explicitly in the bill that the Attorney General is the arbiter of what is factually inaccurate data. However, the mere presence of that term, factually inaccurate data, assumes that there is data that is factually inaccurate. And so I'm very worried that the door is opened by which factually inaccurate data, the program designed to address that being housed with the Attorney General's office, the door is now opened for the Attorney General, even if it never explicitly happens, to potentially chill speech around these hotly discussed and debated topics, because the Attorney General, as we've seen in the 3 subparagraphs, is responsible for establishing the initiative, developing and sharing resources, and collaborating with organizations across the state to be the vehicle by which these conversations are conducted. And not only that, this framework is being imposed and inserted into our schools. Why the Attorney General's office into schools? If this is about education, if this is about teaching our kids how to disagree better, as our governor and the governor of Utah recently did, if it's about that, why the Attorney General? Why not something in the Department of Education? I'm very, very nervous about that part. And I want to make one last comparison to another program that the Attorney General oversees. The Safe to Tell program, as we all know, is housed with the Attorney General's office. Good program, meta-narrative. It is creating the framework to facilitate the flow of information from kids to folks who might have concerns and be able to do something about the concerns that our kids have. So, to me, it's somewhat similar and somewhat analogous to what is being contemplated here. The Attorney General is creating the framework for this information to flow. Unfortunately, what I can tell you, having done this for 10 years as a first responder, is quite often the Safe to Tell program is used by kids to create anonymous complaints against somebody that they don't like. It's basically an anonymous form of state-sponsored bullying sometimes. Seen it happen multiple times.
Representative Evans.
I'm very worried that this policy here is open to a similar sort of wandering and drift and potential manipulation when, again, it is the Attorney General that is creating a framework for discussion around some of the most hotly debated topics in our day, and that is housed in our, as it says here on the top of page 3, make the resources available to schools and school districts in the state. So I am in opposition to this piece of legislation because I do not think that the Attorney General in any way, shape, or form is the appropriate place, backed by the highest coercive law enforcement power in the state, to establish the framework for dialogue around some of the most contentious issues of our day. I feel that having the highest law enforcement officer engaged in this and then inserting it into schools is ripe for, at the very least, chilling the free exchange of ideas and the free exchange of competing viewpoints. And so I am in strong opposition to this piece of legislation.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Something's going to be thrown at me at 31 seconds, so I'll be brief. I just wanted to note how appropriate it was that here we are worried a little bit about a 1984-style Ministry of Truth, and the bill number is 084. So I just thought that was an appropriate note. 084, 1984. You might catch the you might catch that. You might not. I don't know.
I do believe 1,984 is more than 84. Representative Hertzog. 0 is not
Good
10.
afternoon, Madam Chair, and thank you.
Sorry.
That's all right. Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise in complete opposition to this bill. There's been a lot of discussion about the Attorney General and things shouldn't reside there, which I agree with 100%. I actually chatted with some of my colleagues over here at the press table and told them that I was going to come up here and tell them this is their job. This job of disinformation, checking on lies, checking on untruth, checking on anything belongs to the press. That is in the core values of this United States of America, dating back to before it was even founded. That's the press's job. That certainly is not the Attorney General's job. It is not law enforcement. Decades ago, when the former Soviet Union existed, there was a program called Voice of America, and it used to put out over in the Eastern Bloc what was going on in the rest of the world, because the Soviet Union had state-sponsored control of media, and it put out constant falsehoods and untruths. We should not be teaching or guiding or anything in school about what is true or what is not outside of the classical education. We can go back and study Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, and that would be fine. But if we're going to talk about, as it says, misinformation and disinformation, that job belongs to the press corps of this state and this country. That's their job. That is not the government's job. It's the press's job to look into something and go, hey, this doesn't make sense. That's why they have investigative journalists. They should be looking into this. And if somebody wants to get out there, whether it be a politician, a business person, or anyone else, and promote lies or falsehoods, is this piece of legislation saying that we as the public, we as the people, are too incompetent to figure things out on our own, that we need to have the Attorney General decide for us what the case is, or decide for the schools? I don't think we're stupid. I don't think we can't figure out what is the truth and what isn't. And if someone chooses to continue to promote falsehoods, okay, great. Don't talk or listen to that person. It's pretty simple. We have been taught this since you were a kid. You're supposed to be able to do critical thinking and analysis. And that discernment is what we look at to figure out whether things are false or not. discernment, critical thinking, analysis. They may be forgotten tools, but I would suggest that maybe we codify that and tell people to explore that in schools. That's the whole point of debate in class. Whether you're in high school or college, debate, public speaking, taking a pro or con, whether you agree or disagree. It hones your skills. It hones your ability to present a persuasive argument. Or are we getting so lazy that we just turn it over to the Attorney General and say, oh, I can't do this. I need someone to watch over me and decide whether something's misinformation. That job belongs to the press corps, and it belongs to every single individual to do their own analysis, their own critical thinking, and their own discernment between what is truth and what is not. Not the government's job, and absolutely not somebody in law enforcement and the Attorney General. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bad bill. Vote no.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My good colleague from Douglas County took a lot of my talking points, but once again, I talked about this during our Second Amendment debates, is who are we? Who are we as the government to decide? This can be weaponized based on who is in office. We talk about all the time. First of all, tyranny has no loyalty. I want to say that from the well. And second of all, the stick you hit somebody with today can definitely be used to hit you with tomorrow. I believe that this could be used to weaponize against political enemies. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle you are on. That we're going to allow an elected official of the government to decide what they think is true or false. We've had debate in this building this year over numerous things. We had a hearing in that other room where there was one side that truly believes that elections and things are being weaponized. And I'll say it once again, as Americans, I think we're spoiled to think that we can put so much trust in government. And I think that history has proven over and over again that things can go off the rails, things can go out of control, and things can be weaponized against political opponents. And for those reasons, I definitely urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 84. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 84 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move Senate Bill 233 till after Senate Bill 212.
Senate Bill 233 will be moved after Senate Bill 212. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 174.
Senate Bill 174 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Zenzinger, also Representatives Burton Puglisi, concerning state support for sustainable, affordable housing and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 174 and the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Report.
To the committee report.
We made a few amendments in committee based on more stakeholdering and the input of all our different stakeholders to get them from an amend or an opposed position to support, and I would urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The committee report is passed. To the bill, Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this housing bill helps address the affordable and attainable housing issues that we see throughout Colorado. It helps all of our districts. And this is a focus on helping local governments, giving them the tools and the resources they need in order to be successful. It is non-mandates. It's carrots, not sticks, which I always talk about. And I really appreciate my co-prime and all the support that we've received. This complements the other housing bills and does not conflict. So I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I am so excited to join my good colleague, Minority Leader Puglisi. This is, I believe, the way housing policy should move forward in our state, on a bipartisan basis and a way that pairs the state up as a partner and a supporter of local government efforts. We know that we have an affordable housing crisis in our state. The way to solve this will be through, to quote a dear friend with the Colorado Municipal League, we will solve this through partnership, not preemption. And this bill sets the state up to be in exactly the role that it should be, which is that of a supporter, a convener, somebody who assists and can make things easier and provide subject matter expertise where maybe local governments might lack that expertise, they might lack the resources to do the certain kinds of planning that really all of our constituents depend upon. So I couldn't be more proud, again, of this work. Thank you to our incredible partners with CCI, the Colorado Municipal League, and all other great local government leaders for their partnership, and I respectfully ask for a yes vote. And remember, I'll say it again, partnership, not preemption.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 174? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 174 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 214. Now.
To now. Okay. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 214.
Senate Bill 214 by Senators Hansen and Cutter, also Representatives Amabile and McCormick, concerning the implementation of state climate goals and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Senate Bill 214, the House Civic and Military and Veterans Affairs Committee report, and I don't think there's an
Appropriations.
and the Appropriations report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Okay, so in the Appropriations Committee, we already had an appropriation, so not a whole lot happened. And I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment. I'd like to move L28 to the Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L28 is properly displayed. Representative Amabile.
Yeah, so this was a little bit of a cleanup to the Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee. It takes out some language that wasn't meant to be in there, and it strikes one phrase that makes it a little bit harder for people to avail themselves of these policies. And we want people to be eligible for these tax credits, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L28? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. L28 passes. To the committee report. Representative
To the committee report.
We're done?
I urge an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the State Civic, Veterans, Military Affairs Committee report? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. Committee report is passed. To the bill. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move L026 to the bill and ask that it be properly displayed.
L026 is properly displayed. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we needed to add some language about residential windows, doors, and skylights for the Energy Office, and make sure that we are going to consider consumer costs and supply chain constraints on any of the standards that we have put in the bill to make sure that there is some flexibility in that regard, and we ask for an aye vote on L026.
Is there any discussion on L26? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The amendment is passed. To the bill, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L027 to the bill and ask that it be properly displayed.
L27 is properly displayed. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we wanted to make sure that state agencies were included when we talk about the use of reducing our water consumption across all state agencies, and had some conforming language throughout regarding that. So we urge an aye vote on L27.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L27? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. L27 is passed. To the bill, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this bill creates a sustainability office within the state of Colorado, and will allow us to be a leader in these sustainability efforts towards our environmental goals, which have to do with the conservation of water, as I mentioned, lowering air pollution where we can across the state, and making sure that we're increasing the amount of renewable energy production, and most importantly, or not maybe not most importantly, but importantly, taking advantage of federal investment funds from the IRA. We want to make sure that we set up the state of Colorado in a really good position to make use of those funds, and I urge an aye vote on the bill.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good bill, and it does a number of things that will be very advantageous to our state, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love this bill. I love the opportunity to get here and talk about climate and climate goals, and that happens to be the title of the bill. So, and I'm going to just lead off by saying, I think the sponsors have the absolute best of intentions, but what we're working with, unfortunately, is some bad science. So largely, and the problem with that, factually inaccurate data. That's what we need to have. And I'm sure if I could talk to the Attorney General,
To this bill, Representative DeGraff. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm afraid I was about to start saying something about a horse. So, here's some things. What we're talking about is we're talking about inserting the government into the marketplace. And we're talking about $1 million. Now, I know we throw $1 million around like it's absolutely nothing, and we are looking at saving the planet. Now, in order to justify something like this, we need to have climate goals. And if you're going to have a goal, that goal, typically a goal is going to be something that is measurable. It's known, it's measurable, it's achievable. I mean, there's no games except for Calvin Ball where the goal is unknown. And the goal moves all over the field, where no matter what happens, you achieve the goal or you don't achieve the goal. So we need to have an actual goal. And I've asked the sponsor again, and the sponsor was very gracious in committee. And when I said about what are the climate goals, she promised to put me in contact with people that can actually delineate the climate goals. She does, and she's promising again, and that's fantastic. But I've been asking for months and months and months. Actually, I've been asking for over a year, probably about a year and a half. Actually, it's been longer than that, but that's how long I've been elected. So one of the questions that I asked with the Cora, just so everybody understands, I finally printed it out. I asked for scientifically validated documentary material that supports the CO2 reduction goals as described in SB 21-264, 19-1261, 19-236, 21-1266, and or 23016, because those are the bills that the Colorado Energy Office noted when they said, when the head of the Colorado Energy Office said, I also don't know what our climate goals are, but these are the rules, this is the legislation that put this in place. And how they put those in place is they said, these are our scientifically accurate climate goals. So other than stating scientifically accurate climate goals without actually stating climate goals, that's what we have. So I asked the PhD and of the DNR also. Now I'm still waiting for the DNR to explain to me how carbon dioxide, which is the basis of all living things, how that is a pollutant. The head of the DNR has not gotten back to me, and so I'm a little bit disappointed in that. So anyways, I also asked for books, papers, maps, photographs, cards, tapes, recordings, or other document material referenced as the basis or the referenced science-based greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. I also asked for scientifically validated documentary material as to the climate effect of reducing CO2 that lead you to sponsor or endorse. And then I gave the bills again. Scientifically validated documentary material showing how the potential reduction of 6/10,000ths of 1 degree Celsius will avoid the worst impacts of climate change. And in parentheses, in quotations, avoid the worst impacts of climate change, which were noted in SB 19-236, that we had to have these scientifically accurate climate goals in order to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. So I wanted to know how exactly that is going to be done. Because again, if you had a goal, you would know what the goal was, you would know how you're going to achieve it. So you can imagine the frustration in achieving a goal if you don't know what it is. Can you imagine going onto any sort of field and saying, play ball, and you don't even know where you're going? That's what we have. Good thing we take sports more seriously. Scientifically validated documentary material that any reduction in Colorado will create such a benefit will hold when our CO2 emissions are merely displaced to other countries. And that part is important because while the United States has decreased 1 gigaton, 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide output, countries like China and India have increased theirs by 10. Okay, so for everything that, you kind of have to think, if you look at those graphs, and you can go to Our World in Data, they have all that stuff, it's very good. If you don't want to find it yourself, I'm pretty sure I've sent it to everybody at this point, but you can see that for every one that we decrease, China and India, just China and India alone, increase over 10. So can you imagine, every time we decrease, we force manufacturing overseas, and say for solar panels especially, that talking to people who are engaged in that business, primarily made out of coal and quartz. Not silica, but coal and quartz. And then of course it creates a big toxic mess that are often blown up by a hailstorm, largely created by the updraft of the solar panels themselves. So it's kind of crazy when you have, Texas just had that 4,000 acres of solar panels wiped out in an afternoon, and now they are making 0.0 electricity, and actually a negative because they are a hazardous waste and all that energy has to go into replacing them. I also asked for documentary material of the measurable climate effect that Colorado's anthropogenic CO2, 2% of 15% of 1%, to justify the math, 30 millionths of the global atmospheric CO2 will have on the climate. Scientifically validated documentary material that the mini ice age temperatures and famine preceding the Industrial Revolution are better, because that is kind of key when you look and say, well, we want to go back to 280 parts per million of the pre-industrial era, when the pre-industrial era was a ice age, mini ice age. So you kind of want to go, well, maybe we ought to find out if that's really where we want to go. And I don't know why we would. Because most people want to go where it's warmer, not where it's colder. And again, what we're talking about, the tipping point that was projected, was prophesied rather, the prophesied tipping point was 1.5 degrees Celsius. We exceeded that a while ago, nothing tipped. So the prophecy was nothing tipped. You can look up, you could go to Deuteronomy and you could see what you do with false prophets. It's not good. Maybe just skip that. But Madam Majority Leader just gave me the finger.
On that note, in this bill,
I didn't say which finger.
I know
It's just a
in
finger.
this bill,
It's
though, there
just a
are
finger.
some targets, perhaps, and maybe you could talk about those and, the stuff in the bill with the grant fund and whatnot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I also asked, well, because the climate goals are very important, and I've mentioned this several times, that we have asked for, that I have asked for this and I've cored this. So cradle to grave documentary materials that solar and wind energy from renewable sources, renewable meanings replaced on a regular basis because they just kind of fail all the time and require more energy than they ever produce. So I guess that's what they mean by renewable energy, because you just have to keep replacing them. Reduce the carbon dioxide emissions from the Colorado electric generating system. And that's a quote, that those things will reduce the carbon dioxide emissions from the Colorado electric system, because one thing that we know is that if you're going to have, say, solar panels or wind, what you have to do is, one, you have to meet the demand, and then if you are going to, and then when you look at solar panels only give about 25%. They only put out about 25% of the year at optimum wind speeds. So what they promise, you have to multiply that by 0.25 in order to get what they actually deliver. And now, in order to have a reliable grid, you need to have that multiplied by 3. So solar panels, in this case, that you would have to have in order to meet the current demand, would be, you would need 50,000 acres of solar panels, which of course could be all wiped out in one afternoon by a hailstorm and turn into 50,000 acres of hazardous waste. But instead, what you have to have a natural gas backup. And if you're going to have a natural gas backup and you're going to have a solar-based, what you have to have is you have to have 3 times that. So right off the bat, you need 150,000 acres of solar panels. And if you're going to do that, if you want to go and do the the total utopian dream of all solar and not actually have, because otherwise you really just have solar, and then you have the methane, which is breaking down into carbon dioxide and water, and then and that's just going all the time anyway. So then you just are creating excess energy, and it's not really doing you any good. So if you want to have an all solar, all wind, you need about 10 times of that, so that's 500,000 acres. And if you look at the overall increase of electricity as you're looking at doing cars and turning all of your appliances and lawnmowers to electric, now you're probably looking at closer to 2 million acres, which all could be wiped out in a single afternoon by a single hailstorm. And then you would start over. So anyways, for the purpose of the response and assist you in making any future requests, so the members here, and let's see. Am I allowed to read the name of the responders so everybody has an idea? I mean, just last names. Janae, Rutnell, Vigil, Weissman, Story, Amabile, Ortiz, Kip, Priola, Wilford, Woodrow, Bird,
Representative
Duran.
DeGraff, I think we're questioning if that is appropriate for the well, so
Oh,
if you
okay.
could proceed without doing that, thank you.
Okay, I won't do that then. So, all of the names that I did not read, they do not have, and they were signatories to what's stated in here in all of those rules as scientifically based, scientifically accurate climate goals. But none of them had those goals. So implemented, told Colorado that we have these scientifically accurate goals, do not have scientifically based goals, or at least none that I can find. And again, the only thing that I've found close is maybe a global temperature. A global, if the globe goes net zero, which it's not, would be 1.5 degrees Celsius. So the max we could do of that is 1 part in a trillion of 1.5 degrees Celsius. And if you divide 1.5 by a trillion, that would be the equivalent of, instead of 1 drop in 20 swimming pools full of drops, it would be the equivalent of 1.5 drops in 20 swimming pools full of drops. So right off the bat, and now this is, again, to my colleague's previous point that I denied that there's climate change. I do not deny that there's climate change. Climate change is every Well, it really changes every minute of every day. You're going through these cycles. It's about to be night, it's about to be dark, it gets cold. You'll notice that when the sun goes down, the carbon dioxide goes away, and then it gets cold outside. That's what I think happens. Or what, maybe it's the sun. So greenhouse gases and climate change, again, the climate change is the climate is primarily water vapor. So we can't change that. And again, it's mentioned the Colorado Energy Office. The Colorado Energy Office is driving this. The Colorado Energy Office has no idea where we're going. So we're asking Colorado, in this case, to invest another, now it doesn't give out year, but I'm not sure how that would be. We're asking Colorado to invest another $1 million, even if it's just the one time. We're asking them to invest another $1 million in achieving absolutely nothing. And that is, to me, that's a problem. I don't consider, even though $1 million divided by 4 million voters is only 25 cents per voter, I don't really want to ask them to chip in I don't really feel like we should be asking them to chip in a quarter to achieve absolutely nothing. Now, one of the things on these energy codes, and I've, when I was building a house and did a lot of work with windows when I was building a geothermal house, actually, because I am, I'm a bit of a tree hugger myself. So, from back, when I was an environmental manager and stuff. So one of the things that you have to look at is those products are generally more expensive, are quite a bit more expensive, and they take a lot more energy to create. And usually when you look at the life cycle costs, they do not actually give a return on investment. If they gave a return on investment, then you would have the market taking over, because the market is really good at being efficient. And so when this body says we are going to impose these building standards on industry, and they are going to save industry so much money, they are just going to be thanking us left and right, that is a lie. I shouldn't say that's a lie. That is based on non-factual data. So that is not going to happen. If it was going to happen, the market would figure it out. The market is always looking for an edge, and saving money on energy is going to save it. And an example would be, I recently had to buy a new furnace over the winter. Of course, when do you find out you need a new furnace? You find out when it's really, really cold. And the problem when it's really, really cold is you have to get a furnace pretty quickly, otherwise you end up with a really, really lot of burst pipes. But when I looked at the difference between an 80% furnace and something like a 96% efficiency furnace, the difference was about $5,000. Now, and there's a lot of really cool tech that goes into a 96% efficiency furnace, and there's some dual bimetal heat exchangers and some really cool stuff. But one thing, when I was talking to it's about I think it was around $5,000 or something. But when I looked at it and I amortized the cost and said the difference, and I said, well, this is my gas bill, how long would it take? Well, it would take over 20 years in order to pay for the furnace, in order to start to pay for the furnace to get 96%. And then I thought, well, what about that rebate for high efficiency furnace? Well, the rebate didn't kick in until 97%. And the 97% was several $1,000s more. Now, the one good thing with the 80% efficient furnace, if your furnace goes out and you have an 80% efficient furnace, then what happens is the tech comes out and he replaces the heat exchanger, replaces the bits, and away you go. And you're back in business. Now, when you have a 96% efficient furnace, if that furnace goes out, they are so complicated that it's easier for them to bring a new furnace and then swap the entire thing out. So now if you have a furnace breakdown and you have all that, by the time now, that is also why you're going to be paying so much, because they are going to have to swap that out. So that just gets back to the technologies that we're pushing here. We're pushing here and saying, wow, wouldn't it be great if we had really high efficiency stuff? Another problem with the high efficiency homes is is your homes are kind of known to be probably one of the most polluted places that there are, because we have a lot of materials that are, well, they're just quite honestly hydrocarbon based, and they outgas, they off-gas. So if you have a new car, you're familiar with off-gassing because your windshield will get foggy. Your windshield gets foggy because the plasticizers evaporate, they go up onto your glass, and then they're foggy, they're hard to get off. That's why you have that. So with all the materials, all the nylon, all the stuff, all of your carpet, as it gets brittle, all of that is off-gassing. So what do you do? What do you do with a house that is full of materials that is off-gassing? Well, what you have to do is you have to ventilate it. So if you have a very high efficiency home, in addition to all of the extra cost of making and sealing every draft, what you have to do then is you have to install a heat exchanger. You have to install a heat exchanger to continually be bringing in fresh air and continually being exhausting. And I had that taken care of in that geothermal house I was building. Unfortunately, the bank took that. That's a long story. But ultimately, what you're doing is you seal up your house really, really good. And then what you're doing is you're introducing a leak into your house. You're introducing the equivalent of lots of leaks into your house. So until we have some actual climate goals and we know what we're actually going to achieve, and we actually can say to Colorado that we can look Colorado in the eye and say that there's an actual cost-benefit analysis. Because right now, 1.5 degrees over $1 trillion is not something that most Coloradans, I don't know, maybe we could put it to a vote. Do Coloradans think we should spend $1 million? Do they think they should even spend $250,000? And if we think they should spend $250,000, maybe we could just ask them to send it in instead of extracting them up involuntarily, because this money, all of these projects, the $100 million that is coming out when we looked at the clean air stuff, which again is largely based on CO2. I'm not for polluting. I'm not against climate change. I'm not even denying that CO2 I'm not even saying that it's not a greenhouse gas. But we actually need to be able to show Colorado that there is some value. And as you can tell right now, from all of the people and I've been trying to find it, but as you can tell from all of the people that signed multiple bills, not just one, all of the people that said we had accurate climate goals, scientifically accurate climate goals, none of them had any accurate climate goals. Now, if they have them, I even extended that and said, you are welcome to phone a friend, all of your friends, on the Carbonista front. And it's Carbonista, not Climateista. That's a good one too, I like that. But if we are going to, until we have an actual knowledge of what's going to happen, all we are doing is bilking money. And even a quarter, 25 cents divided by 1 trillionth is that would come out to be about $1 trillion per degree. That's what we're asking Colorado to spend. That we're saying we want you to spend $1 trillion to maybe change climate by 1 degree. And warming is actually going to make plants grow. It actually makes people thrive. And so until we can actually tell Colorado that there is a benefit and we're not just bilking them more, we are bilking them more. That's all this bill does. I really appreciate the sponsors giving me the opportunity to teach you a little bit about climate. We could next time talk about the Coriolis effect and how that affects it. That's really impactful as well. But I'm going to let Gabe talk.
Thanks. Happy to hear that on May 9th. Next, Representative Evans, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, you all know I could talk about this for a really long time, but fortunately I'm going to keep my comments tailored to just 1 or 2 sentences that appear at the bottom of page 4. Reducing the state's operating and energy costs. So, part of the goal of this bill is to reduce the energy costs in Colorado. And so here's what I want to highlight about this. Whenever we have these conversations, there's a lot of attention that's given to reducing the carbon footprint of energy. However, what I don't hear a lot of conversation about is reducing the quantity of energy that is needed. And I think we all know and agree that the quantity of energy that is needed in Colorado is definitely going up, not down, and that is despite all of the conversations and all of the policies in this bill designed to push energy-efficient appliances. This bill talks a lot about geothermal, things of that nature. Even with all of the energy-efficient stuff in this bill that is being pushed, keep in mind, we already got like 2.5 million folks just in the Denver metro area. It's going to take a lot of time and effort and money to retrofit all of the existing appliances and the houses for that energy efficiency. In previous bills, we've talked about how that's going to be $25,000, give or take, per house to retrofit it with these modern energy-efficient appliances. And so while that's occurring, there's also new development that's growing. There's things like data centers. I was having a conversation with a company that builds data centers, absolutely critical for our modern computer-based way of life. And they were telling me that they were not actually going to be able to put a data center in Colorado, or at least in the part of Colorado they wanted to put it in, because there wasn't enough energy. The power company, the utility, literally could not supply them with the amount of energy that they need. So when I see on the bill here, page 4, that part of the goal of this is to reduce the costs of energy, well, we all know the law of supply and demand. If you want the costs to go down, the supply of it has to go up. And ultimately, that is my major concern with this policy because, and I'm going to read you from a chart here, that basically forecasts in Colorado, this is from one of the major utility electric suppliers in Colorado, it forecasts a 126 megawatt electric shortage in Colorado by 2030. If electric supply is going down, we are going to be 126 megawatts of electricity short in Colorado by 2030. Our cost is not going to go down. Our cost is going to go up. So we need to be looking at ways to increase the production of energy, and unfortunately, I don't see that in this policy. All I see is conversations about reducing the carbon footprint of energy, but nothing to increase to the amount that we're going to need it, the amount of electricity and energy that Colorado is going to need by 2030 to overcome that, like I just said, 126 megawatt forecasted shortage. We have a resource adequacy crisis right on the horizon in Colorado. We need to be taking steps to monitor that. So I wish I could support this bill. I don't think it gets us there from that perspective of resource adequacy, and I'll be a no.
Thank you. No further discussion on SB 24-214. The question before us is the passage of SB 24-214. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. SB 24-214 passes. Okay, Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of SB 24-212?
Senate Bill 212 by Senators Hansen and Fenberg, also Representatives Brown and McCormick, concerning measures to facilitate the construction of renewable energy projects and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 212 and the Transportation, Housing, Local Government Committee report.
Thank you. To the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report. Who wants to tell us about it? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee, we made a couple of clarifying amendments. We added a few, we rearranged some sections to make them more clear, and we'd ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of that report. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report to HB 24-212 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill takes steps toward ensuring that we are using best practices.
Excuse me, Representative Brown. Hey, knock it off. Voices down or out of the room. Thank you. Representative Brown.
Thank you. This bill ensures that we're using best practices when we are siting and permitting solar, wind, storage, and transmission projects. In this bill will encourage needed energy-based economic development across the state. Importantly, it sets near-term actions to facilitate the evaluation and technical support to local governments, tribes, and energy developers to meet Colorado's clean energy needs. This bill essentially is when local governments can ask for help from the state when it comes to local codes or permitting and siting of solar projects, and it allows the state to compile best practices, model codes from across the state. In particular, the bill requires the Energy and Carbon Management Commission in the Department of Natural Resources, at the request of a local government or tribal government, to provide technical support concerning the development of local codes governing wind, solar energy storage, and energy transmission projects. It also allows for the review of proposed energy projects if the local government so chooses. The bill requires the Energy Office, in cooperation with the Department of Local Affairs and the Department of Natural Resources, to develop repository of codes and ordinances. And for that, we would ask for an aye vote.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you. I just wanted to add one more thing, that Senate Bill 212 does not limit local control over project review and also ensures that the Ute, Mountain Ute, and Southern Ute nations have an opportunity to consult on wildlife impacts on projects, and we urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 212.
Thank you. Representative Puglisi. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to say, I want to give a thank you to the Colorado Energy Office. I had a stakeholder meeting with them prior to, based on my county attorney experience, doing renewable energy ordinances and needing technical assistance, and there wasn't any available. I really appreciate them incorporating my comments and doing this policy right. I do have a friendly amendment that the bill sponsors have accepted, and with that, I would move Amendment L037 to Senate Bill 212 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. L037 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This just takes out some unnecessary language out of the ledge deck, and I really just think it makes the bill better. And I also just want to point that not all communities throughout Colorado are the same, so trying to say that we have a fair, consistent, and uniform approach to solar and wind and storage projects is not quite accurate. And so I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would request an aye vote. We appreciate the collaboration with the sponsor, with the minority on this, and in particular, my good colleague, and we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on L037? Seeing none, the question before us is a passage of okay. Seeing none, the question before us is a passage of L037 to 212. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L037 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a privilege to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Members, I was in committee when we heard this bill, and what they're saying probably is going to turn out to be right, but I have a community in my district that's not being treated right. There's a 1,000-acre solar farm being presented to the town of Norwood, which, I know you haven't been there, but their main thing is Lone Cone Mountain, and this is going to be right in their viewshed. It's on state land, and they cannot get anyone to talk to them because state land says, no, you need to talk to DNR. DNR says, no, you need to talk to state land. And 300 people have signed a petition. Folks, we need to be very careful about some of these kind of things because we're talking about putting these and siting these in areas where there aren't any people, except for the people who live there. Granted, it's nothing like it is here, but I needed to come down and remind us that no matter where we put this, and they're talking about wildlife and all the kind of things they're going to judge and they're going to check and make sure it doesn't take any of their critical habitat from the wildlife. But at the same time, while we're justifying not putting it here or there because of the wildlife, we ought to justify putting it here or there because of the communities that are going to be affected. Hopefully, this bill will have some of that. But just as a word of warning, we need to be thinking about the people that live out there. With that, I'd ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 24-212? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of SB 24-212 as amended. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. SB 24-212 is adopted. Next up, Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of SB 24-233?
Senate Bill 233 by Senators Hansen and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Frizzell, concerning property tax and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you. Representative Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excuse me, Speaker Pro Tempore Degree Kennedy. I'm going to get this right one of these days.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 233 and the Appropriations Committee report.
Okay, to the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we did bring a rather large amendment that did a number of different things. So first of all, this is the much discussed property tax bill of this session that we'll talk a little bit more about after we move off the committee report. But what we did in this bill is we harmonized the bill with Senate Bill 111, which is the senior homestead exemption portability. We extended all of the non-residential reductions from property tax year 2023 into 2024. We lowered the residential assessment rate for 2025 to 6.4%, and made a number of other technical changes to clean up the language. So,
Okay, thank you. Further information on the committee report. Seeing none, no amendments to the committee report?
hang on 1 second.
Okay.
To the bill.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report, all in favor of the Appropriations Committee report to HB 24-233, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Okay, to the bill. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, we do have, no, we don't, sorry. To the bill.
To the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we have had a lot of talk around property tax. We had a special session on property tax, and I'm just going to remind us, because it is day 119, why we are talking about property tax on day 119. All right. You might recall that several years ago, for very good reasons, the good citizens of the state of Colorado voted to repeal certain sections of the Gallagher Amendment in the Constitution. They did this, and this is important, they did this in part because it wasn't working for the entire state of Colorado. It was really only working well in the Front Range of Colorado. If you got east or west of the Front Range, that's when things kind of fell apart, simply because property values did not increase in the rural areas of our state the way that they did here. So when the Gallagher mechanism for reducing the residential assessment rate kicked in, it would adversely affect the funding of local services in the rural areas, and there was nothing that they could do about it. So we repealed Gallagher, and then we went on a journey here in this legislature to put Band-Aid after Band-Aid after Band-Aid on what was becoming an increasingly difficult situation. And then we had the perfect storm of the 2023 revaluation, which we knew it was coming. We knew it was coming. Out of last session, we passed Senate Bill 303, which created Proposition HH. And that was overturned at the ballot, or turned down at the ballot. So we had to come back for our special session last November. It was very, very special. And hash this out. We created a mechanism for a residential property where we would reduce the property value by $55,000 across the board, no matter where you were in the state. And we reduced the residential assessment rate to 6.7%. It was another Band-Aid. Here we are again. But this time we are coming with a bipartisan effort that's not perfect, but it has been significantly stakeholdered. We have had lots of great people who have worked on this, and we are very proud to be bringing this. You might recall that during the special session, one of the bills that passed created a property tax commission. We started meeting, and Representative DeGree Kennedy and I were very honored to serve on the Property Tax Commission, but this was a group of people who convened to talk about this problem and come up with recommendations for policy. Part of what you see in this bill is based on those recommendations. Here's the thing. We have the choice to once again do nothing and try to go back into a special session or come up with some other means. This is what we have arrived at. If we do nothing, the residential assessment rate is set to increase to 7.15%, no value reduction. If we do nothing, there are ballot initiatives lined up that will cost this state $3 billion per year in backfill to local government entities. $3 billion, of general fund budget dollars. It's important to remember as we're looking at the budget, we've remembered the long bill, we were all here. That's a significant amount of money, but it's important to understand that the general fund is only about $16 billion, so we would have to be cutting $3 billion of 16. That is not doable. We cannot continue to backfill local government entities, and I'm really proud that what we bring before you today does not include backfill on a grand scale like we have seen for the last 2 years. Members, this is for the good citizens of Colorado. This is for the businesses that have been struggling under the weight of increased property taxes. This is to create consistent school funding. This is to create consistency and fairness and honor the diversity economically that exists around this state. My good co-prime sponsor is going to talk a little bit more about the details, but I want you to feel excited about this because this is a good day. It really is. So I urge and I vote.
Sorry, I'm Speaker Pro Tempore DeGree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to my colleague from Douglas County for your partnership over these last several months. This has been quite a journey. It's been a lot of work, and in the true spirit of bipartisanship, there was some sacrifice from both of us on what went into this bill. I think we also just need to recognize the hard work of Senator Chris Hansen and Senator Barbara Kirkmeyer and others who are part of this process, as well as all the Property Tax Commission members. This has been a really tough nut to crack. And the reality is that taxpayers and businesses across Colorado are struggling with high cost, and that what we can do on the property tax side is a meaningful contribution to helping them afford the high cost of living and doing business in Colorado. But what we always have to balance in this equation is how do we maintain funding for our critical public services? And what's really difficult about the property tax conversation is that outside of K-12, these are not our budgets. These are not our dollars. And by necessity, if we're doing statewide policy, we are finding ourselves applying these broad policies that have different impacts on different districts across the state. And so that is why this has been such an intricate balancing act and such a tough one. It's also just worth noting that part of our objective here is we need to show the people of Colorado that we are putting together a responsible alternative to some incredibly reckless ballot measures out there that would have a devastating impact on public services across the state of Colorado. And we believe we have done just that. This bill protects K-12 education, making sure that we can fully fund our K-12 schools and never fall back into the BS factor ever again. And it provides meaningful reductions in property taxes on the local government side for both businesses and residential properties. This bill also expands access to the deferral program for the people that are hardest hit and struggling the most to pay their bills, making it possible for them to defer paying their bills into a lien on their property instead. Unless members are clamoring for it, I may stop there with the details. And with that, I move Amendment L17 and ask that it be displayed. Better give it to you.
Thank you. Thank you. L17 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please tell us about your amendment. Speaker Pro Tempore Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just two more technical. Oh, no, that's the wrong one.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Oh, really? Yeah, 17, please.
I have 17. This one.
We're having collation
now
troubles. Please bear
L17
with us.
has been properly moved and properly displayed. Speaker Pro Tempore Degree Kennedy, please tell us about it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment makes two more technical changes that we caught right before committee today, one of which is it makes clear that while home rule cities are exempted from the new 5.5% property tax growth cap in this bill, home rule counties, which are very different than home rule cities, are not exempted. So home rule counties will still fall under the 5.5% cap. Home rule cities will not, according to this amendment, because we can't. And then the second half of this just clarifies that for districts that are still operating under their Tabor caps, we don't want to add another cap on top. It's going to be one or the other. So this is just some clarifying language to make sure it's clear that these districts, if a majority of their revenues are still operating under a Tabor cap, then they do not have to comply with this new cap. So we ask for your support.
Okay, thank you. Is there further discussion on L017 to SB 233? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L017 to SB 233. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. L17 is adopted. Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L20 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Okay, L20 has been moved and properly displayed. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. This amendment ensures that agricultural property has the same rate reductions going forward. And why this amendment is so important is in rural counties, your landowners, your farmers, and your ranchers are usually your big tax base, and they're the ones that provide the funding for our schools. And if the mills are raised and they don't get this reduction to take care of the schools, they're going to get hit twice. And for those reasons, I urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a friendly amendment, and I would ask for your aye vote to bridge that rural-urban divide.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on L020, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. L020 to 233 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Frizzell. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, members, we heard testimony in committee today, folks talking about the timing of this on day 119, and the fast tracking of this. And you know, I couldn't agree more. This is not ideal. This is not what we wanted, but we have negotiated really hard on this. As my co-prime sponsor discussed, we all gave something up, and we all gave a lot. And we feel like this bill is much better because of it. There were times when I really didn't think we were going to have a property tax bill this session. I really didn't. It wasn't until Sunday night, actually, that we knew that we were moving forward. It has been a roller coaster. I cannot tell you how hard we have all worked. And it isn't us. It is us, but it isn't just us. I mean, we've relied on so many voices outside of this building to navigate this problem. This is a tough math problem because we have to balance those really critical local government services that keep us a civilized society. But at the same time, we have got to honor our citizens and make sure that we take care of them, that they are not spending a penny more in property taxes than they have to. And we have to ensure that this state is not using budget money to backfill local governments. It is not, to echo the words of my friend from Parker, it is not our job. These local government entities that have debruced, we should not be having to use Colorado citizen dollars to quote unquote make them whole. And there's something else that I'd like to talk about when we're talking about the give and take. There are things in this bill that go against a lot of what I think is important. But there's a lot more that is right and good and proper. So I'm going to stop talking since I know that you're listening in great attention. And ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on SB 24-233? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of SB 24-233. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. The ayes most definitely have it. SB 233 as amended is adopted. Hang in with me, everybody. We've only got 2 bills, and really, I need you to keep the level of background noise down. Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of SB 24-288? Seriously, I can't hear your conversations over there. Stop. Mr. Schiebel. SB 24-228, right? Yes, SB 24-228. Thank you.
Senate Bill 228 by Senators Mullica and Lundin, also Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Puglisi, concerning mechanisms to refund excess state revenues and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Oh, hi. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got confused for a minute. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 228 and the Finance Committee report.
To the committee report. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had one technical amendment in the Finance Committee, and we would ask for an aye vote on the Finance Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Speaker Pro Tem Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L10 and ask that it be displayed.
L10 is properly displayed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is an amendment to clarify one component of the bill that I'm going to take a quick moment to explain. The 6-tier sales tax refund mechanism, which has been in place in Colorado for a couple decades, is the main mechanism that's used for the distribution of TABOR refunds now, and it remains in this bill kind of paired with the income tax rate reduction that we'll talk about in just a moment. But one of the components of this is that if you've paid less than a certain amount in sales taxes, every Coloradan pays at least a certain amount in sales taxes every year. And so there's a provision in the bill that that's the first way that we're going to pay back this 6-tier sales tax refund mechanism. There was a phone call with the IRS earlier today to clarify exactly when this would be taxable versus not by the federal government. And so this is a clarifying amendment that was required after conversations with the IRS and the Department of Revenue to make sure that the level that we're using on this per person refund is less than the level that the IRS would tax.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L10? Seeing none, Amendment L10, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L10 to Senate Bill 228. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Amendment L10 is adopted. To the bill, Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really want to thank my co-prime. I know this has been a journey for both of us, but I really appreciate being on the journey with him. And so this will, as a TABOR refund mechanism, reduce the state income tax based on certain triggers to 4.25%. It is what we have been asking for a long time, and really just appreciate this partnership to make it happen. And with that, I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Speaker Pro Tem DeGree Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I think many of you are as surprised as I am to see my name on a bill with an income tax cut in it, and I want to talk about where this is coming from very briefly. You know, I do have concerns about reduction in the income tax rate and the inequity that may bring, because I do believe that at my higher priority most of the time is putting more dollars back in the pockets of lower income people and trying to help people who I know are struggling the most. But one of the things that I've recognized over the course of this conversation is that there are a variety of different competing values in this space, and one of the values that many of our colleagues hold and that the governor holds is refunding these dollars in a way that is proportional to the way that they were paid in, which in the case of income taxes does indeed mean higher amounts paid back to higher income people. This has been a compromise. It's something that the governor asked me to carry when I brought forth a rather large income tax credit earlier this year, and it's something that was negotiated where at the end of the day I felt confident that if we're able to prioritize income tax credits for lower income families to help them with a high cost of living, that I could be comfortable with a different distribution of the TABOR surplus in a way that balances out these priorities rather than just adhering to my own core priority of making sure that the lowest income families are taken care of first. So it's a compromise, but I think it is a balanced piece of legislation where at the end of this session, I think we can feel proud that we're doing a lot for everybody in the state of Colorado.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And seeing as this is your last bill, right? One more? Yeah. I'm going to move under Rule 74E that this bill be referred back to Finance.
That's not a real rule. Thank you. To the bill, Representative Garcia. To the bill, Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I want to come before you today because I actually oppose this bill. And I just want to share briefly why I will be voting no on this bill. While I understand that there has been a lot of work done with our sponsors to get this bill to where it is, I do not believe that we should, in fact, be issuing an income tax cut when we have multiple different areas within our state that are, in fact, underfunded. While I understand that this is an income tax cut that is coming off of the TABOR surplus, that alone prohibits us from actually having the conversation of our problematic tax code. We are setting up a precedent here that's saying that when we reach the TABOR limits from a bill that was passed in 1992 with arbitrary tax limits, with caps, that means that we have a surplus in funds in the state when that is actually not what it means. That means that we are having to give in to a problematic tax code, forcing us to return dollars that we have lawfully retained and given and have received from taxpayers. And instead of fully funding our K through 12, instead of fully funding our transportation and not forcing people to drive over potholes or prohibiting our communities from having sidewalks, Instead of ensuring that we have adequate health care, instead of ensuring that our child care is supported, we are saying we have too much money in our government and we need to give it back, and that is not, in fact, the case. So I urge a no vote here because I believe that we are setting a dangerous precedent. We need to be having a real conversation about Tabor and how Tabor hurts our state. Thank you.
Representative Graff to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wow. That is a lot. Arbitrary tax limits, 1992, Tabor hurting the state. Tabor is one of the things that is really, really good for the state. We don't have arbitrary tax limits. We don't have a tax problem. I hope Colorado's listening. I mean, it's a little late for them to be, well, I don't know, maybe they're home. But I hope Colorado's listening. Colorado, we have a tax problem in that 40-point-something billion is not enough for the General Assembly. When I figured it out the other day, 7,000 something, maybe 7,250. If you multiply that by the average family of about 3.5, about $25,000 per year. Colorado, you're being charged $25,000 per year. In the last 5 years, gone up about whatever it's gone up. It's gone about up, I think it's about $10,000 per family. Now you can hear from the room on the majority that is not enough money. That is not enough of your money. Now you can say, well, most of the money comes from the rich, and I would disagree with you because ultimately, if you take from the rich, and of course the progressive tax code that is being tried to be implemented with all these tax cuts is ultimately imposing a progressive tax code. Progressive tax code, I did look it up, was on Karl Marx number 2 on his top 10 list of getting rid of the middle class. But everybody pays that. Whether it comes out of your job, whether it comes out of you directly in taxation, or whether it comes out of your capital gains, everybody's essentially paying that. I think it's a misnomer on there. The progressive tax code, what it does is it inhibits upward movement by people and keeps them in a lower strata, and then also moves people to a lower strata. That's the purpose of a progressive tax code. That is what happens when all of these little tax schemes come through with promising to give people a little bit. But we do not have a tax problem that is Tabor. Tabor is something that is designed to keep the government in check on its taxation. And when you say, and think about the mentality here, that it is forcing us to return money that we've lawfully retained. Let's think about how this works. This is excess tax. This is excess tax that has been extracted from the taxpayers by force. Make no mistake about it. This is excess tax extracted from the citizens of Colorado by force, by men with guns. So please don't think in terms of that this is lawful money. We need to give this money back. When money goes back into the economy, it goes round and it goes round and it goes round, and it raises everybody. When the government takes it and it ends where the money is just continually coming out of the pockets of Colorado into the insatiable appetite of the Leviathan of government, it just goes into the abyss. So please don't think of this as a surplus. This is money that was overly extracted from the citizens of Colorado.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 228? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 228. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Senate Bill 228 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 205.
Senate Bill 205 by Senator Rodriguez, also Representatives Tatone and Rootnell, concerning consumer protections and interactions with artificial intelligence systems.
Representative Rootnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 205 and the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report.
To the report.
Colleagues, the committee report outlines a few different changes. The amendments are mostly to clarify certain language, make language and intentions consistent throughout the bill, and address some technical issues that the drafter caught. But before that, I move L013 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
That, 1 second here. L13 is properly displayed to L13. Representative Rudenow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first part of this amendment here ensures that deployers will have all the information they need from the developers. The remaining parts of this are mostly either technical amendments, again, clarifying language, or ensuring that the intentions in the language is consistent throughout the bill. I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L13 to Senate Bill 205. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. L13 is adopted. Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L011 and ask for it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed to L11. Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this one is also a clarifying amendment. When we were talking about housing in the bill, we had to redefine how that was spelled out because with federal housing finance agencies are regulated in a little bit different way. So we had to spell that out here because Freddie Mae and Fannie Mac or whatever it is, they are actually corporations and not the way it was spelled out in the bill. So this clarifies that. I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion on L11, the question before us is the adoption of L11 to Senate Bill 205. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? L11 is adopted. To the committee report. Representative Rudenow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Graff.
To the committee? To the committee report? I thought we were to the bill. Welcome back.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Rudenow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L010 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
That is properly displayed to L10.
Thank
Representative Rudenow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This just makes the language and intentions consistent throughout the bill, and I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on L10, the question before us is the adoption of L10 to Senate Bill 205. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? L10 is adopted. Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the bill now, we're talking about artificial intelligence, and through some polling that was done, a lot of people don't know much about artificial intelligence. 52% of Americans are more concerned than excited about AI in their daily life, and 90% of people have just heard a little bit about this. This is something that impacts people on the daily, and there have been many conversations in Congress about this, and there have been CEOs of companies like the CEO of OpenAI, Sam Altman, Microsoft President Brad Smith, NVIDIA's Chief Scientist William Daley, all of these people on the front line in the companies talking about AI have said that there needs to be some kind of regulation on this topic. However, because the federal government has not acted on this, the states are, excuse me, the place where we can put some preliminary guide rails on this technology, and that's what we're doing here today. This bill is putting forward a foundational practical requirement that will lay the foundation for sectoral rules to be built on top of. So think of, a car where you have a chassis built, the car is built on top of the chassis. These are common sense foundational rules that will include a notice to consumers when they are using a high-risk AI and what it is being used for, A lot of people don't know that AI is being used for decision-making that affects them, so they will have that information. On high-risk data, it'll perform a risk assessment and mitigate known or suspected discrimination risks. It's going to implement compliance programs and policy, and it's going to take steps for reputable defense and align with a right to cure, and report any known or suspected high-risk data issues that have resulted in discrimination to the Attorney General. This is for our constituents who are being adversely affected by discrimination and bias in AI, which is known about, and currently there is no recourse at all or information that these processes are even going on. So if you think about, if you are hurting, if you have pain, and you need some relief, you need to take some kind of medicine for that, this bill is at least a Tylenol or a Tylenol plus to give people some relief. We have to start small. We have to build a foundation. This is a complicated issue. There's a 2-year runway for this issue to be put into law. This is not going to happen right away. So we're going to have plenty of time to have this conversation and be sure that this issue is properly put into place. But this is a good place to start, and I ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Representative Graff to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was a fascinating bill to listen to in committee. And I really commend the sponsors on what must have been really, really painful. But what I got, the impression I was left with, and then in subsequent conversations, is not ready. And I'd hope that and even if the amendments had been, I guess, more, my recommendation on this was to go back to committee. Now, not in a negative sense that this needs to go back in order to kill it. I think what bothers me about this bill is that this is really probably one of the most substantive things that has to be done. This is a really, really tough nut to crack. So I'm really frustrated that this bill is going in, and we are going to, and I expect that it is going to pass. I mean, it has 2 majority sponsors, so and snappy dressers at that. So I expect it will be passed. But what I heard when I was listening to the committee, the witnesses in committee, is that it's just not ready. They weren't. I didn't really get a sense that they were saying, "Don't regulate us, don't regulate us." It was like, we understand this needs to be regulated, and we want it regulated. Actually, they were not opposed to the regulation, but it was just the caution. It was just caution of do the right thing. Make sure that we really get this right, because the danger is so great of doing it wrong. So I would rather see this go back as opposed to go into statute that gets implemented in 2 years. I think this is a great place, but when we put this into statute, now it becomes difficult to get out of statute. And there are ramifications of putting it in statute. So my recommendation would be, and again, I don't like sending it back because I think it needs more work, but I think the danger of doing the wrong thing in this case there were businesses that were looking at, and I'm not really sure how these amendments would take it out, but there are businesses that are looking at this and going, if you go down this path, this makes it difficult for for some businesses to work in Colorado. If you get it wrong, we could lose businesses in Colorado. Now, if it's going to be implemented, not implemented until next year or 2 years from now, somewhere down the road, my plea would be that we don't pass this tonight, and that this goes back into the work that needs to be done. And again, this is not as an insult to the sponsors. I think it was pretty evident that they had worked really, really diligently, and they had gone a long ways. But there are some concerns. And if we're not going to implement this for 2 years, let's take a little bit more time. It would be better It would be better to have it done right and implemented a year later rather than maybe something is not quite right, and then we have to start trying to, then I wanted to say next semester, next session, instead of getting it to going through the summer, going through the season, and getting the bill right, it's going to be getting to next year and then having to do amendments and change the law to get it to a point where it's supposed to be. So to me, it seems like it's going to be easier to say no on this case, recognizing that this is a really, really, really important bill. This is a really important problem to crack, and it's really important to work with these agencies so everybody is comfortable with that. So when my recommendation was to, can't remember what, send it back to seconds, it was not to kill the bill. It was not to kill the bill. It was that is my plea, that we keep this thing alive. If there's some way you can not kill it, but don't pass it, and then make sure that the work is done, make sure that it is, that all of the agencies on board. AI is a really powerful thing, and if these regulations are not done right, there's so many ramifications. We have 2 years before it's implemented. Take the time now before putting something wrong in the red books. Take the work all the really, really, really good work that has been done, and make sure that the shaping that's needed is done before it's codified into law. So I'll be a no on it for tonight, but not to kill it, but to hopefully put it back on in the process where it can be finished.
Representative Bradley.
Oh, that's tall. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I heard this bill in committee, and I was hoping, again, that they would come, the bill sponsors, with an amendment that said we will do a task force. I took a ton of notes on this because I wanted to understand it, because I do think AI should be regulated. I do not think that we should have biases that hurt businesses. I am very against that. But person after person after person came and testified against this bill. Too complicated of a bill. There's too many loopholes. There needs to be a balance between business and regulation. Compliance with federal standards are very loose, so broader loophole to have. Not stakeholdered enough. Labor, not at the table. The Labor Council from Boulder, with 25 years of software experience, has concerns about AI, said it was a bad bill. Jeff Reister with the AG's office said, narrow set of tools will leave AI to general public to operate unregulated. Companies will have no idea what to expect and will be walking into the unknown because no other state has legislated this. Sheila Tresser, member of the union, strike for 6 months because of issues with AI, says that we need to stakehold, and have more at the table before legislating something so complicated. Considerations from many and knowledge. Denver Metro Chamber, who is in charge of or represents 1,000 businesses, 80% of them that are small business, said AI needs to be regulated, but this legislation is not right. Disallows startups and new innovation because of regulation requirements, will hurt small businesses because no other states have modeled this. Regulating bias is very hard, so regulations need to be very specific. And then more and more, OIT from here came and said, we want this amended. We asked for a task force for ongoing discussions to see how to regulate this. Ruthie Barco from TechNet said, amend this. Let's avoid impact to Colorado businesses. Jack Norbuck from Colorado Tech Association said, we support eliminating bias, but this will cause, I can't hear myself think.
Members, I'm going to ask for us to please bring our voices down. Let's be respectful, homies. Thank you. Representative Bradley.
Thank you so much. Colorado Tech Association says we support eliminating biases, but this will cause businesses to pull back from AI and innovation because of regulation and fees and could decrease our ability to remain competitive. Another person from Tech and Data, they were concerned about the definition of AI in this bill needs to be narrow scope, it's too broad, consumer right to appeal, opportunity to cure, no private right of action. Kelly Campbell with American Property and Tax Casualty and Healthcare Plans didn't want dual regulation, which they fixed. Rachel Beck with Colorado Competitive Council says, we use AI to increase efficiency and innovation, and this will hurt small businesses. There's no national standard. They said the impact of this will be the tech industry that helps with jobs and innovation will leave. And then the Colorado Chamber of Commerce said this is going to be an impact on tech and other businesses. This bill has had 8 changes, 30 different changes to add to this bill. Definition of substantial factor is not there. Consequential decision is not there. Too much documentation for businesses. We need a task force to address emerging technology. And then the Colorado Bankers Association, 126 banks, 20,000 bankers. They're the most regulated industry in Colorado. They're already regulated in this space. So are we going to listen to the labor unions and the tech people? Are we just going to say we know what's best? Are we just going to come up here with 1 day left of session and say we know what's best? We're not going to do a task force because we know this space, and we're going to drive technology, jobs, and industry out of Colorado. And I will sit back and say I told you so. Vote no on this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 205. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Senate Bill 205 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs the report is under consideration of the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bills 1384 is amended, 109, 111 is amended, 139 is amended, 174 is amended, 205 is amended, 212 is amended, 214 is amended, 221, 228 is amended, 231 is amended, 232 and 233 is amended, passed on second reading, order revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Hernandez. There we go. Members, you've heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Lynch amendment to Senate Bill 231 to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Lynch moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the following Lindstedt Amendment, L11, to Senate Bill 231 to show that said amendment lost and that Senate Bill 231 as amended passed.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move the Lynch Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
And it is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This has actually turned into a friendly amendment.
Members.
This just reverses the amendment that was put onto the bill earlier. And I would ask for a yes vote.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I was bored today and thought it would be fun to pick another fight, but I do believe in this policy and think that we need to come back and work on this next year, which is what we're going to do.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members, I hope you had fun. Thank you all for standing, and I hope you enjoyed the vote count. It was maybe the highlight of my session. We have a commitment from law enforcement and some of the interest groups that really care about protecting public safety when it comes to drunk driving to work on a good piece of policy next year. So I look forward to doing that and having those discussions over the interim. I encourage a yes vote on this amendment so that our good friend from El Paso County can have his bill back, and our friend from Castle Rock. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Lynch Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
Hello.
Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Reluctantly, yes.
Sorry, Representative, I did not hear that.
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 2 no, 1 excused, the amendment is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report to Senate Bill 205.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting Senate Bill 205 to show that Senate Bill 205 is amended lost.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe there was an error. There were a lot more no's than ayes with this. The other thing is when it comes to artificial intelligence, the industry is still really new. It's still very much developing. And to put this type of regulation in place right now actually stifles the growth of the industry. We should allow the industry certainly to develop and grow, have safeguards when appropriate and when known. But to put this in place right now, not even knowing what the words on paper even mean yet, is wrong. Colorado right now is working hard to develop as a quantum hub. We right now are leaders in the United States. We're really close to receiving a quantum hub designation from the federal government if we're able to get our grant. What's tied to quantum is also the development of artificial intelligence. And Colorado for a long time has been a leader in this space. And if we enact Senate Bill 205, we will be going backwards. All that we have worked so hard to do to be able to develop our quantum industry will be for naught. It will drive away investment, it will discourage innovation, and it will frustrate those who are working in the education environment to be able to develop in this space. This is a dangerous piece of legislation, and that's why I ask the body to vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
I got a different perspective on this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleagues are asking me for a light touch or no touch,
I like that motion.
but I'm not listening. Now, I am not in support of this amendment, and I'm going to tell you why. And you're all shocked right now, except for the bill sponsors. We have had advancements in movement in AI that have been unprecedented. In fact, it's moving so fast, we don't know where it's going. There have been outcries for guardrails, controls. How are we going to manage the advancement, the hyper advancement of technology that we don't even understand? Well, where I'm from in the country, if the horse is going to run too fast, you better pull back on the bridle. You better pull back on the reins and slow that horse down. Now, using my country colloquial example, I think that's the intent of the bill sponsors, 100%. Now, I don't want the quantum development in the park to take off and this thing to just run to infinity and beyond, as Buzz Lightyear said, because that could be dangerous. Now, I hearken back to the 80s. How many of us grew up in the 80s? No, you, I know. You weren't even in diapers in the 90s. So, you know, there was a movie called Terminator. Remember that? There was more than one, actually. But the point is, I think in this particular space, there is a need for some oversight and watching this move, because we don't know where it's going. And it can move so fast, it can get away from us. So, not to douse the campfire that was brought forth on this Cow Amendment, I think that this is not the right way to go, to completely reverse this piece of legislation. Now, I'm not saying it's written correctly and perfectly in its all forms, but you can always come back next year and modify and correct it so we do have the growth. We don't hamper technology. Come on, everybody going to get in here? Look at this, they're all coming. And, and I'm supposed to thank Weinberg.
Thank you. Representative DeGraff.
I'd just like to take a quantum leap here and recognize that we have 2 years before we're going to implement this. And implementing something improperly is going to have a bad effect. Again, I think there was a lot of positive motion coming out of that the committee, but there was a lot of warnings about what the things that my colleagues said about businesses saying we cannot compete. We cannot compete in this space if Colorado implements these rules. And we're talking about losing a lot of industry. So if you just say, well, we're going to implement it into law, and then we're going to go back and fix it next year, there is no business out there that can actually trust what Colorado is doing. Colorado, in order for these businesses to trust, if you want these businesses to trust you, us, you, whoever's making these rules, then you have to, it's better to stop it and say we're going to get this right before we implement it. If you implement it the wrong way, and you create a hostile business environment, and I've gotten several texts on other things about the hostile business environment that Colorado is creating in different ways, and so there's already a disadvantage. Colorado is already disadvantaging itself in so many ways. But this, if you chase these businesses out, and again, as the sponsor said, this isn't going to set in for 2 years. So rather than taking a incomplete and well, I guess it would be half-baked, but it's not as an insulting term. It'd be better, instead of taking a half-baked and say we're going to have it done in 2 years, come back next year, go over the summer, work with these agencies, get this thing right, and tell the businesses out there in Colorado that we are not going to put it in law. We're not going to put it in law until it's done correctly. If you say to Colorado, if you say to these businesses, yeah, we know it needs a lot of work, but we promise to come back next year and put in a lot of fixes, they can't plan on that. They can't count on that. All they can count on is that in 2 years, they have to start looking. They're planning for 2 years out. Where are they going to be in 2 years? Who's going to look at Colorado if we put something in that gives a negative business environment? Who's going to look at coming into Colorado and say, boy, I sure hope they change their laws. I'm going to move to Colorado on the hope that they change their laws. That's what I'm going to do. What about businesses here that are here in Colorado that are looking to expand and they say, I'm going to invest millions or billions of dollars and hope they change their laws. Because if they don't, then I'm going to have to move. The bill that this is based on, Connecticut, now that doesn't mean they're the experts, that just died. So if this is based on a bill that was just killed, and I don't know why, but it's probably meritorious to go back and look at why that happened. Going down intentionally going down a path and then saying we have to fix it when you're not even going to implement this until, which is good. I mean, it's better than implementing an incomplete policy right now. So I'm just asking. I hope that not as an insult. I think they did a tremendous amount of work. I do like saying that they did a tremendous amount of work. A lot of good. It just needs to go back. It's not done. Don't do this to the business community.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you. It's okay. I appreciate you all. Oh, look at that. I'm feeling the love. I wanted to get up a second and speak on this bill because I was in committee, heard this bill in committee, had the privilege of chairing the committee that evening, and one thing became clear as we sort of worked through that process in committee, that yes, this is an evolving field, and this is an evolving response to what is an evolving technology. And what I heard this bill sponsors do in committee is admirable, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it here. There were several organizations who were not necessarily even opposed to the bill. They just had outstanding questions because I think, like a lot of us, we have questions about the impact of AI on our communities and certainly on our society. In committee, this bill sponsors addressed concerns from COPIC related to insurance, and I say that because they have been responsive to stakeholder needs since that time. And so I am asking you to give them that continued runway to continue to respond to stakeholder concerns. Many of us were doing other things while the bill was being heard on second reading, but I will tell you what some of the amendments did, and it's important. The amendments that were brought today not only closed important loopholes in the bill, they also brought about increased transparency and protections for consumers. We want that when it comes to AI. They also ran an amendment that brought labor to neutral on the bill. We want that when it comes to AI to ensure that workers are protected appropriately, loopholes are closed, and there's appropriate accountability inside of a bill for things that, quite frankly, are still coming about. I do not think this is the way we should do policy, to kill a bill on second reading, respectfully. I think we owe it to our stakeholders to ensure that our bill sponsors have continued opportunity to respond and engage to whatever concerns they might have. And they have continued to do that. There was mention of a Connecticut bill, and that came up in committee as well. Now, I don't know how they do things in Connecticut, but I know how we do it in Colorado, and we have a chance to be a leader in this field. There is no other state in the union that is currently contemplating legislation like this at this stage. It is incumbent upon us, if we want to see federal action, that we take strong state action, because oftentimes the catalyst for federal action is states taking the lead on these things, and that is exactly what our bill sponsors are trying to do here. So I would ask for a no vote on this amendment, which is essentially a yes vote on the bill. Let's give our colleagues a chance to continue to engage and work and shape policy, and that might continue past this legislative session. I think that is fair and fine. There is nothing wrong with putting a placeholder, and certainly a meaningful one inside of statute, that seeks to address head-on some of the issues that we will continue to face as a state with AI and get our arms around this in a meaningful way. So I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Basenecker, it is a privilege and honor to serve with you. Forgive me. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative English, how do you vote?
No.
Representative English votes no. Winter. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 43 no, and 1 excused, the amendment is lost. The question before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 19 no, and 1 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader. Okay, first a bit of business. Mr. Schiebel, message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has postponed
Message from the
indefinitely
Senate
House.
will be printed in the Journal. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 36D, I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate amendments to the following bills: House Bill 1038, House Bill 1152, and House Bill 1351.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate amendments for the bills listed by the Majority Leader. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1038.
House Bill 1038 by Representatives Young and Bradley, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Fields, concerning addressing the high acuity crisis for children and youth in need of residential care and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You guys, I have never used ChatGPT, and now I'm pretty sure I know why my 17-year-old is doing so well in school. So here goes my first ChatGPT. In the halls where laws are spun, amidst debates beneath the sun, high acuity children's plight, calls for clarity, calls for light. Senate amendments, words refined, inscribed on parchment, thoughts enshrined. Each line a hope, each clause a care, to nurture futures tender and rare. Concur we must with thoughtful grace in this legislative space, for in these words a future's wrought for those whose needs cannot be forgot. So let us join in solemn creed to heed the call to those in need. With Senate's hand, our hearts align for high acuity, a bright design.
Lovely. Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move we concur with the Senate amendment to House Bill 241038.
Well, that's
Please
really
proceed.
strange. The Senate adopted an amendment to House Bill 241038. The language came from another Child Welfare Interim Committee bill, Senate Bill 2459, a bill which didn't move forward. The Senate Bill 59 proposed similar teams as to those in the amendment to advise BHA in the development of the statewide system of care. This amendment focuses on Medicaid. It adds two things to Medicaid in Title 25.1. 1.5. First, it creates a leadership team to advise the state on the development of our behavioral health transformation for children under the age of 21. Second, it creates an implementation team to advise and partner with the state on the development of an implementation plan for a system of care. These are not created as formal boards or commissions, but are teams of impacted partners bringing together collaboration and providing strategic direction as we continue towards our goal of meeting the needs of children and families across Colorado. House Bill 1038 will still have an immediate impact on children and youth who are languishing in hospitals, county offices, or being sent out of state. The increase in beds for children with high acuity needs is critical for the state, and this bill will meet that need. This bill will continue to allow Colorado to draw down on critical federal match dollars to fund the bill, leveraging Medicaid investments to meet the currently unmet high acuity needs of children and youth in our state.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1038. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, please close the machine. With 62 aye, 2 no, 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1038 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1038 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. What did you do? Oh, yes. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine. Members, we had a slight technical glitch. Not at all Mr. Shebel's fault. I am going to ask everyone to vote again. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Mabry and Velasco. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 5 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1038 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1152.
House Bill 1152 by Representatives Amabile and Weinberg, also Senators Mullica and Exum, concerning increasing the number of accessory dwelling units and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1152.
That is a proper motion. Please proceed.
Okay, it's really out of character, but somebody sent me this poem, and they'll be disappointed if I don't say it. Roses are red, violets are blue. Vote to concur, and you can build an ADU. I memorized that poem, too. I just want you to know.
Did you want to speak at all to the amendments?
Okay, sure.
Representative Amabile.
So they made some amendments that made the bill more friendly for local governments. They modified some of the parking language and some of the language around setbacks and some of the language around water and some of the language around owner occupancy. And I asked for a yes vote. Oh, yes.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So yes, this was quite a bill that we've been through the ring around, and the Senate did something that I don't think we were fully happy with, but after listening to all the communities around the state and what their needs were, we were in favor. So we urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1152. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 3 no, 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1152 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1152 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 17 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1152, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. We'll add it. Thank you, Representative English. Representative English, co-sponsors. Madam Majority Leader. Lay over. We're going to lay it over.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1351 until tomorrow.
House Bill 1351 will be laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
A little fast for me here. Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Wednesday, May 8th, 2024.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Wednesday, May 8th, 2024. Announcements and introductions. Members, I'll ask for your attention at the well. Representative Bradley.
Thank you. Members, today is the 5th anniversary of the STEM shooting in Highlands Ranch. John and Maria are constituents of mine in House District 39. And as they remember their son, we should also always remember his bravery and his sacrifice. His actions during the STEM shooting exemplified courage and selflessness, and his memory continues to inspire so many. In Highlands Ranch, we now have a stretch of highway named the Kendrick Castillo Memorial Highway. And may we remember Kendrick and remember, greater love has no one than his to lay down one's life for one's friends. Thank you.
Representative Marshall.
The Castillo family is very well known and very well respected in Douglas County, and especially Kendrick. He was in the Marine Delayed Entry Program, and he reacted immediately, as any Marine would do, even though he had not gone to boot camp. There was only one death that day, and it was Castillo's because he immediately jumped in front to take the brunt of the fire. I was going to say more, but I only had one thing to say, and my colleague from Douglas County and I are different in so many ways, but I was just going to end and just say John chapter 15, verse 13.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've received permission to be reporting late for tomorrow morning. Thank you.
So approved. Members, we are not yet. Members, we do have a couple of additional announcements. We have conference committees tomorrow. Thank you. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conference Committee for Senate Bill 65 will continue tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conference Committee for House Bill 1135 will take place tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m.
Do you have a room for that, Representative Snyder?
Indeed, we do, Madam Speaker. It will be in Committee Room 112.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in adjournment until Wednesday, May 8th at 9 a.m.
The House will stand adjourned until Wednesday, May 8th at 9 a.m.